Chapter 21-24 21-24 On the arrogant Lei Dongxue. I dare not disobey the order of the eternal God Lord. Greetings, young Master Lei Beichen. The old man from the Northern Expedition Trading Company respectfully called out, his voice reverberating throughout the entire void. Lei Beichen, the strongest expert of the current generation of eternal shocking thunder youths, had ignited 4 wisps of divine fire at such a young age. He was extremely famous throughout the entire northern region. The bright old man from the Northern Expedition Trading Company naturally recognized him. The Northern Expedition Trading Company did not dare to remain silent in the face of his words. In a short span of 10 seconds, he had already figured it out. Clearly, the Thunder God Lord wanted to gather the strength of the entire northern region and head to the front lines to fight against the demon lair. The main reason was to reduce Eternal Shocking Thunder's losses and make them cannon fodder. Even if he understood, he did not dare to resist in the slightest. Unless they immediately fled from the northern region, it was just as the Thunder God had said, those who disobeyed would die. Their foundation was here. How could they dare to escape? Moreover, there were 2 Thunder Gods in front of them personally. The God-burning God dynasty greets young Master Lei Donglin. The enchanting God sect greets young Master Lei Tianming. The eyes of the strongest experts from the God-burning God dynasty and the enchanting God sect flashed with helplessness. Seeing that the Northern Expedition Trading Company had submitted, they had no choice but to express their stance. They immediately bowed to the other 2 young men respectfully. When the surrounding millions of disciples saw this scene, a look of shock appeared on their faces. They looked at the group of young men in the air with a look of reverence. Lei Beichen, Lei Donglin, Lei Tianming, and the other 2 had looks of satisfaction on their faces as they nodded with smiles on their faces. Oh, why? Where's your dragon palace? The lady who was asking for the dragon palace looked at Wang Xian, who was in the air, and raised her eyebrows slightly. Eternal thunderclap? Wang Xian frowned slightly when he heard the lady's words. Everyone in the surroundings looked at him. Listen to this young lady's instructions. Wang Xian cupped his hands to the lady expressionlessly and said, You don't know me? The lady raised her head slightly, and her face was filled with arrogance. The dragon palace is small and insignificant. I'm sorry, ladies around? Wang Xian shook his head. He really didn't know this lady in front of him. Remember my name, Lei Dongxue. From now on, your dragon palace will follow me and listen to my commands. Lei Dongxue said faintly. As the most outstanding member of Eternal Thunderclap's generation, she had a face that could topple countries and cities, as well as stunning talent. Her name was definitely a well-known existence in the entire Eternal Thunderclap. Wait, the Yu Huatian divine sect has been destroyed by you. At the side, Lei Tianxing stared at Wang Xian with an extremely embarrassed expression as he questioned in a low voice. Leave none of them alive. Wang Xian looked at the young man with an expressionless face. Damn it. Lei Tianxing's face revealed a stern expression as a terrifying killing intent shot out from his entire body. He stared at Wang Xian with a face full of anger. Brother Tianxing, you can't blame others for your bad luck. Lei Dongxue sensed his killing intent and reminded him lightly. The Yu Huashan sect belongs to me to begin with. This little dragon palace will destroy it. Those who don't know are innocent. Lei Tianxing said with a cold expression, but he was easily resolved by Lei Dongxue. Lei Dongxue, you. Lei Tianxing's expression changed drastically. He knew that he was really unlucky this time. As the 5th-ranked young generation in this Eternal Shocking Thunder competition, he could have chosen the 5th-ranked faction in the northern region. Everyone knew that apart from Eternal Thunderclap, only 5 other factions were relatively stronger. However, the 5th faction was destroyed by the Dragon Palace. This was very disadvantageous for them to earn merit points in the future. It must be known that if they could get a huge amount of merit points to fight against the Devil Den this time, not only would they be able to increase their position, but they would also be able to greatly increase their strength and obtain divine weapons. Now, he could only choose the weaker factions. Follow the rules. Lei Dongxue looked at him with a smile. The Yu Huashan sect originally belonged to me. Now that they have been destroyed, I want to take over all the resources of the Yu Huashan sect. Lei Tianxing growled with a gloomy face. This won't do. The Yu Huashan sect was killed by our dragon palace. It won't be that easy to kill 2 gods of 9 wisps of divine fire. We won't hand over the spoils of war. Furthermore, you want to plunder our resources. Do you want us to do our best to help you? Wang Xian immediately said when he heard his words. What a joke. How is it possible to hand over the resources of the Yu Huashan sect and the other 7 factions? The Dragon Palace had destroyed the Yu Huashan sect and the other 7 factions this time. How huge were the resources? This was a faction that had stood here for hundreds of thousands of years. Even 2 divine empires of the Sky Center could not compare to it. These resources were the key to Wang Xian igniting the 4th wisp of divine fire. It was also the key to him being able to possess the strength at the peak of the godly state. How could he allow Lei Tianxing to obtain it? Even if the other party was the disciple of eternal thunderclap. A horse without grass is not fat. This is what the Dragon Palace deserves. Lei Dongxue continued to speak from the side. Lei Tianxing stared at Wang Xian. His eyes were sparkling. Finally, he swept his gaze at Lei Dongxue. His face was livid, and he didn't say another word. Hee. Lei Beichen and the rest smiled faintly and didn't say a word. We have chosen the other factions. The other 5 young men spoke as they looked at all the factions in the Northern Alliance. Very soon, the young men selected the factions one by one. None of the factions dared to resist. This was an order from Eternal Shocking Thunder. This is not only a good thing but also a bad thing. This feeling is a little unpleasant. Wang Xian hovered in the air and ordered Prime Minister Gue and the rest to clean up the battlefield quickly. He frowned slightly. The sudden appearance of Eternal Shocking Thunder had made them follow the younger generation of Eternal Shocking Thunder. With the current strength of the Dragon Palace, there was no way they could resist it. They could only follow the current course of action. He was a little worried that if he encountered an expert from the Eternal Shocking Thunder energy tide, his identity might be exposed. At that time, the Dragon Palace would be in danger. Dragon Palace, I will follow you to the Yu Huashan sect's territory to see if there are any treasures that I can use. At this moment, Lei Dongxue flew over and said to Wang Xian with an unquestionable tone. Wang Xian frowned slightly but still nodded his head. This time, Lei Dongxue's luck is really good. If I had known in advance, I might have chosen the Dragon Palace. This time, Lei Dongxue picked up a loophole. The strength of this Dragon Palace is even stronger than the God-burning empire. Damn it. From the side, Lei Donglin, Lei Tianming, and the rest saw this and revealed envious looks on their faces. If they had known in advance, they would have chosen the Dragon Palace. Especially now that the Dragon Palace had destroyed the Yuhua Divine Sect. This place contained enormous treasures. Even to them, it was a supreme treasure. In the past, Lei Dongxue looked down on other men. If we let her obtain some more treasures to increase her power, she would look down on us even more. The nearby youths thought to themselves. Chapter 21-25 21-25 Under the arrogant Lei Dongxue. I want this divine artifact and these divine herbs and divine fruits. With these treasures, it won't be long before I can ignite 4 wisps of divine fire. At that time, even Lei Beichen will be defeated by my hands. At a place where the mountains on Yuhua planet overlapped, countless mountains were enveloped by a hazy aura. It was filled with a fairyland. At the highest peak in the center, Lei Dongxue's eyes were sparkling as she looked at the treasures in Yuhua Divine Sect's treasury. With a wave of her arm, she took a few of the most precious divine herbs, divine fruits, and divine weapons in her hands. She looked at everything with a smile on her face. Wang Xian stood at the side and looked at the things that she wanted. A hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. Miss Lei Dongxue, aren't you taking a little too many things? Wang Xian said to her calmly. Why? Do you have a problem with that? Now that your Dragon Palace has been requisitioned, to put it bluntly, you have to give me anything I want. Besides, if I didn't speak up for you, Do you think you would be able to obtain these treasures? She looked at Wang Xian calmly. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a beautiful curve. Are you eternal thunderclap trying to use us as slaves? Wang Xian looked at him and asked calmly. Haha, this means that all of you are still valuable. In this situation, the entire northern region has to listen to the orders of eternal thunderclap. Follow me and let me be satisfied. The later stage will be very beneficial to all of you. Do you know that if all of you are disobedient, I can order all of you to charge at the forefront when we reach the front line? Lei Dongxue stared at Wang Xian with a burning gaze. His face was filled with coldness and mockery. The main purpose of the young generation competition held by Eternal Thunderclap this time was to nurture the future pillar of Eternal Thunderclap, the future Thunder God. There were no rewards for the competition. The only reward was the right to control the other factions in the northern region. This was a huge right. Similarly, this reward was also very generous. It was so generous that countless outstanding disciples of the current generation would risk their lives for it. This was because once you had the right to control these powers, you could mobilize the resources and power of this power. This would be a huge advantage for them to accumulate merits. Wang Xian's heart sank when he heard her words. A faint killing intent surged up. A god who only had 3 wisps of divine fire actually dared to threaten him. However, Wang Xian really couldn't do anything about it at the moment. The other party was the outstanding disciple of Eternal Thunderclap. If he really killed him, he wouldn't need Eternal Thunderclap to do anything. If all the forces in the entire northern region were to join forces, they would be able to cause great losses to the Dragon Palace. This was also the reason why Lei Dongxue dared to follow them here alone. They had nothing to fear because they knew that no one would harm their outstanding Eternal Thunderclap disciples. The other factions in the northern region might seem glorious, but they had no ability to resist Eternal Thunderclap. Endure. Wang Xian suppressed the anger in his heart. With the current strength of the Dragon Palace, he could only endure. He didn't say anything and ordered Prime Minister Gue to get the rest of the treasures. Hee. Lei Dongxue could feel Wang Xian's dissatisfaction, but she didn't care at all. So what if she was dissatisfied? Following that, Wang Xian and the rest headed to the other 7 forces. Those 7 forces were all gods who possessed 7 or 8 wisps of divine fire. Each of them had a heritage that spanned hundreds of thousands of years. The treasures they controlled were worth a lot of money. Even Lei Dongxue was moved when she saw them. Her eyes were filled with passion and greed. All the items that she could use and that she had her eyes on were all kept by her. Wang Xian watched all of this in silence. Let's go and take a look at your Dragon Palace. After cleaning up the treasures of the 8 factions, Lei Dongxue said arrogantly to Wang Xian. Why are you going to the Dragon Palace? Wang Xian's heart sank as he asked Lei Dongxue. Of course, I'm going to count the soldiers. I want to understand the soldiers under me. I'm going to your headquarters. I know it should be your divine kingdom. Lei Dongxue said to Wang Xian directly. I can summon the Dragon Palace directly. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment before saying, There's no need. A few of my friends also want to go to your place. I'm very curious about what kind of planet could give birth to such a force with so many gods. Lei Dongxue refused. He looked at him and said, Let's go. We'll head there immediately. Time is of the essence. Wang Xian stood there and didn't reply. He frowned slightly. Don't waste time. Lei Dongxue looked at him with a burning gaze and emphasized again. All right, let's go. Wang Xian nodded and gestured to the members of the Dragon Palace around him. Let's go to Planet Liberty first. I want to gather with a few friends. As she spoke, she immediately flew toward the teleportation formation. Wang Xian followed closely behind and teleported to the location of Planet Liberty. Haha, Miss Lei Dongxue, congratulations this time. When they arrived at the Planet of Freedom, a woman, a middle-aged man, and 2 young men and women walked over with smiles on their faces. Hee, your luck is pretty good. Lei Dongxue smiled at the 4 of them and gestured to them. This is the leader of the Dragon Palace. He has followed me to establish a faction with meritorious deeds. There are many strong people. We have already heard about it. I believe that Miss Lei Dongxue will definitely be able to build up her immortal achievements this time around and receive the Lord God's commendation. The woman said with some flattery. I am still very confident in defeating the rest. Let's go and take a look at the planet of the leader of the Dragon Palace. Lei Dongshue's face was filled with confidence as he asked Wang Xian to lead the way. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the four of them. There were two middle-aged men. One of them had the strength of 9 wisps of divine fire, while the other had the strength of 8 wisps of divine fire. The two young women had just ignited the divine fire. They should be Lei Dongshue's trusted aides or followers. He came to the teleportation formation and teleported towards Earth. Buzz. Soon, the group appeared at the seaside. Lei Dongxue immediately floated in the air and scanned her surroundings. The planet is a little small, but it's still average. She sized up her surroundings and commented indifferently. To him, Earth was indeed average. Let's go, Wang Xian said to her and flew straight into the ocean. Miss Lei Dongxue, this leader of the Dragon Palace seems a little unwilling. At the back, the woman saw Wang Xian and said coldly, Hee, so what if they are unwilling? He will come and beg me soon. Lei Dongxue looked at Wang Xian and said coldly, Let's go. I'm a little curious. How can there be nearly 100 gods in a dragon palace? Do they have some treasures? Lei Dongshue's eyes flickered as he flew toward the dragon palace. The four of them followed closely and flew toward the dragon palace. Chapter 21-26 21-26 Pride and Death. Come in. Wang Xian looked at Lei Dongxue and the rest behind him and entered the dragon palace directly from the east gate. This dragon palace is really majestic. The young men and women behind Lei Dongxue looked at the dragon palace in front of them with sparkling eyes. Lei Dongxue, who was in front, scanned his surroundings with his sharp eyes and entered the dragon palace directly. Buzz, what thick spiritual energy! The two young men couldn't help but exclaim when they stepped into the dragon palace. The spiritual energy here is terrifyingly thick. The middle-aged man and the woman's expressions changed slightly, and their eyes were filled with shock. One of them had lit 9 wisps of divine fire, and the other had lit 8 wisps of divine fire. They had their own huge divine kingdom. However, the spiritual chi in their divine kingdom was very different. The spiritual chi in the Dragon Palace was more than 100 times more than in the outside world. This majestic spiritual chi was extremely terrifying. They had also been to the Eternal Divine Kingdom, but the spiritual chi there was still very different from here. Perhaps only the Eternal Divine Kingdom could have such spiritual chi. Lei Dongxue also looked around with awe in his heart, his eyes shining. Bring us to the central position. Also, call all the members of your Dragon Palace over. Lei Dongxue said to Wang Xian in a commanding tone. Wang Xian took a glance at her and walked straight into the Dragon King's hall. The moment they entered the Dragon King's hall, their faces were filled with awe. At this moment, Lei Dongxue was also visibly moved. She looked around with shock on her face. She looked at the dragon chair at the front and the ancestral tree behind the dragon chair. This spiritual energy is almost 200 times stronger than the others. She mumbled as her eyes sparkled. She looked at the dragon chair that was 1,000 meters in size and walked straight to it. Prime Minister Gu A, call all the members of the Dragon Palace over. Wang Xian said to Prime Minister Gu A. It's the Dragon King. Prime Minister Gu A looked at Lei Dongxue unkindly and nodded respectfully to Wang Xian. What an imposing divine throne. Not bad, not bad, not bad at all. She stepped onto the stairs and stood in front of the dragon throne. Is this the divine tree? She looked at the ancestral tree behind the dragon throne and sized it up. There are fruits on it. What kind of power is this? It's so strange. Lei Dongxue looked at the soul-returning bodies and was filled with astonishment. Little Xian, you're back. Who are they? At this moment, Sun Lingxiu's voice rang out. She and Ling Jian came out from the dragon bedroom and looked at Lei Dongxue and the rest with a frown. They're the people from Eternal Shocking Thunder. Wang Xian said to them and gestured for the two of them to come to his side. Eternal shocking thunder. The two girls were stunned for a moment, and a hint of solemnity appeared on their faces. Oh, Dragon King, are these your two wives? Lei Dongxue was attracted by their gazes and looked at the two of them with slight surprise. All of them have lit the divine fire, and their strength isn't weak. I really didn't expect it. Looking at Sun Lingxiu and Ling Jian'er, she was slightly surprised. They were so young, and their strength wasn't weaker than hers, and even stronger than hers. She was extremely surprised. This dragon palace was extraordinary. Dragon King. Dragon King. At this moment, members of the Dragon Palace entered the Dragon King Palace one by one. More than 20,000 members followed the leaders of the combat divisions. When they saw Lei Dongxue in front of the Dragon Throne, their eyes sparkled. All the members of the Dragon Palace have arrived? Only 20,000 or so? The woman next to Lei Dongxue looked down in surprise. All of them are elites. None of them are lower than rank 8 demigod. This force is very strong. The surprised voice came from the woman's mouth again. She glanced at the members of the Dragon Palace and smiled. Miss Lei Dongxue, congratulations. The power of the Dragon Palace is very strong, she said with a smile. Haha, not bad, not bad. More than 100 godly state experts, more than 20,000 demigod rank 8, rank 9, and peak-level disciples. Lei Dongxue looked at the power of the Dragon Palace with a burning look in her eyes. This power was comparable to eternal shocking thunder, a core-level army. I will definitely get a lot of merit points if I control the Dragon Palace. Her heart was burning with excitement as she witnessed the powerful Dragon Palace and the members of the Dragon Palace below. She couldn't help but feel excited about her choice. Voila! Lei Dongxue adjusted her clothes and slowly sat on the dragon chair behind her. She sat upright on the dragon chair with a proud expression on her face. The middle-aged man and the woman immediately stood on both sides and looked down at everyone in the Dragon Palace. I'm very satisfied with your Dragon Palace. If you're obedient, I won't mistreat you. Lei Dongxue's lips curled up slightly and his face was full of pride. Hurry up and thank some young ladies. The woman shouted coldly when she saw the indifferent members of the Dragon Palace. The power of a peak 9 wisps of divine fire slowly pressed forward. If you have the ability, you will naturally have status. Your Dragon Palace has the ability. Lei Dongxue waved her hand. She stared at Wang Xian and said, Dragon King, you are the number 1 general under me. I heard that your Dragon Palace has 9 divine beasts that are pulling the divine throne. Those 9 divine beasts will be pulling the sedan beasts for me in the future. Also, you should be the Dragon King's wife. You have the light attribute and good healing and support abilities. The one beside you should be a sword cultivator. You guys will be by my side. She spoke slowly and stood up directly in the end. Does anyone object? Lei Dongxue stood proudly in front of the dragon throne in the Dragon King's palace. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he asked arrogantly. When Wang Xian heard his words, he sighed slightly. A contemplative look appeared on his face. The rest of the members of the Dragon Palace did not speak. They just stood there quietly. Sun Lingxiu and Ling Jian'er frowned. It's your good fortune to be able to follow our Miss Lei Dongxue. No one objected. It seems that they tacitly agreed. Hurry up and kneel down to show your loyalty. The middle-aged man saw that no one from the Dragon Palace said anything and immediately shouted, Hee, follow me. In the future, I can make you join Eternal Shocking Thunder. You will have several times more planets than you have now. Lei Dongxue sat down slowly and said proudly, Sai, do you really think that you can act recklessly just because of the name Eternal Thunderclap? Wang Xian'ai sighed slightly. Huh. Lei Dongxue was slightly stunned. She raised her eyebrows and turned to Wang Xian coldly. What, Dragon King? Are you going to defy our eternal Thunderclap and the Lord of Thunderclap? Her voice was sharp. Walala. As soon as she finished speaking, Prime Minister Gue waved his hand, and all the members of the Dragon Palace took a step forward slowly. No one dares to sit on the throne of the Dragon King, and no one is qualified to sit on it. Prime Minister Gui's voice was cold, and killing intent burst out of the members of the Dragon Palace. Chapter 21-27 21-27 2127 in control. Prime Minister Gui's voice resounded throughout the entire Dragon King Palace. As the members of the Dragon Palace took a step forward, an invisible and terrifying aura filled the entire Dragon King Palace with killing intent. No one dared to sit on the throne of the Dragon King, and no one had the right to do so. At this moment, Lei Dongshue's pupils constricted slightly on the dragon throne, and his face slowly turned ugly. Dragon Palace, what are you trying to do? Disobey Miss Lei Dongshue's orders? Disobey the orders of the Thunder God Lord? With just your tiny Dragon Palace? You dare to disobey the orders of the God Lord? Are you trying to bring about your own destruction? A young man standing at the front of the dragon throne shouted with a stern expression. His gaze swept across the members of the Dragon Palace below, and his eyes were filled with disdain. In the entire northern region, who would dare to disobey the orders of the God of Thunder? No one would dare. Disobeying the orders of the God of Thunder was no different from courting death. Dragon King, I'm very angry now. I'll give you 10 seconds to satisfy me within 10 seconds. Otherwise, I'll make all of you regret coming into this world. Lei Dongxue sat on the dragon throne and stared coldly at Wang Xian. Her face was filled with coldness. Even when she was facing everyone from the Dragon Palace, she was not afraid at all. This was because this was the northern region. She had brought the order of the Lord of Thunderclap to recruit all the major factions. As long as any faction dared to resist, what awaited them was destruction. As for her own safety, she was not worried at all. This was because if anything happened to her, it would be a provocation to the entire Eternal Thunderclap. In the face of such a force, Eternal Thunderclap would definitely take action and get rid of her. No force would dare to touch her. Sitting on the dragon chair, Lei Dongxue was still high and mighty. Another ant who thinks he is high and mighty just because of his background. Wang Xian looked at Lei Dongxue, who was sitting on the dragon chair, and said mockingly, "With your background, I didn't want to make a move initially. However, you are too greedy and arrogant. What right does a woman with 3 wisps of divine fire have to order me around?" He raised his head slightly and said each word coldly. Boom. As Wang Xian said that, he moved his arm and a claw instantly appeared in front of Lei Dongxue. It was aimed at her neck. What? Dragon King, you are courting your own death. Lei Dongxue saw that Wang Xian dared to attack. At this moment, her superior expression completely disappeared. She shouted in a panic, "You dare to attack the elite disciples of Eternal Shocking Thunder. Dragon Palace, you are all dead meat." The woman with 9 wisps of divine fire beside her shouted sternly. She moved her hand to block the attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, thorns appeared out of thin air under the feet of the woman and the other 3 people. The ancestral tree behind the dragon throne emitted a faint green light. Oh no! The middle-aged woman's expression changed drastically when she saw the experts from the Dragon Palace attacking. Her eyes revealed a look of panic. Boom! Wang Xian's body trembled. The power that belonged to the Dragon Palace pressed directly on them. As the divine kingdom of Wang Xian, the Dragon Palace was naturally under his control. Entering a stranger's divine kingdom was definitely not a good thing. If one did not have great strength to break out of the divine kingdom, they might be suppressed in there forever. That was because this was someone else's world. Boom! The woman and the middle-aged man's expressions changed drastically. Their bodies seemed to be suppressed by a star. The thorns wrapped around their bodies. Ah! In the next moment, the sharp thorns entered their bodies. Their life force disappeared at a terrifying speed. Miss Lei Dongxue, save us. The 4 of them revealed terrified expressions as they screamed shrilly. At this moment, Lei Dongshue's face was filled with fear. She opened her mouth. Buzz. Before she could speak, the energy claw grabbed her neck. Her face turned red instantly. Her delicate face was filled with panic. No, no, you release. Her body struggled violently as she stared at Wang Xian in horror. She never expected that the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace would dare to attack her. Did they want to die? He actually dared to attack her. Ah! At this moment, desperate screams came from beside her. She looked over, and her face was filled with shock. The powerhouse that she had spent so much effort to recruit was actually killed. That god with 9 wisps of divine fire did not have the ability to resist at all. "Don't kill me," she begged for mercy with a face full of panic. "It's too late," Wang Xian said faintly and exerted a little strength in his palm. Crack, crack. Her eyes widened and her entire body trembled as she felt the arrival of death. Wang Xian waved his arm and threw her corpse into the Dragon King's hall. "Xiao Xian, if we kill her, will there be eternal thunder for revenge? With our strength?" Sun Lingxiu saw the arrogant woman being killed and said with some worry, "It's a little troublesome, but we have already found a countermeasure." Wang Xian smiled at her. At the side, Prime Minister Gue walked straight to the front of the dragon chair. He wiped the spot where Lei Dongxue had sat and plucked a soul-returning embryo from the ancestral tree. Giving her a soul-returning embryo is such a waste. Prime Minister Gue walked to the corpse and said with a cold gaze, "There's nothing we can do about it. However, controlling it will be beneficial to us in the future." Wang Xian said faintly. A few hours ago, after witnessing Lei Dongshue's greed and arrogance, Wang Xian and Prime Minister Gue came up with a solution. Wang Xian and the rest would naturally not coddle a woman with 3 wisps of divine fire. However, the Dragon Palace could not afford to offend the background of the Eternal Thunderbolt. She could use other methods to control it. Once she found the Thunder God Lord, she could easily deal with it. By then, the Dragon Palace would be destroyed. There was only one way, which was to kill it and resurrect it with the soul-returning embryo and the dragon blood token. Lei Dongxue, who was resurrected in the Dragon Palace, could be considered a member of the Dragon Palace. In that case, she would only have one will. The Dragon Palace would be her master, and the Dragon King would be her master. At that time, even the God Lord would not be able to sense what had happened to her. It would be a waste of an extremely precious soul-returning embryo. "It's good that you're all right. Little Xian, you can handle the matters of the Dragon Palace. Shu Qing and the rest are in the Transcendence Continent. Jian and I have to rush over." Sun Lingxiu saw that Wang Xian had a way to deal with it and flew out of the Dragon Palace with Ling Jian. The group of girls were currently building their dragon and phoenix empire. "Dragon King, she should be able to be revived soon." Prime Minister Gue took Lei Donglin's corpse and spoke to Wang Xian. Wang Xian nodded his head, and the two of them walked into the dragon transformation pool. After placing him into the dragon transformation pool, Lei Dongxue, who had a soul-returning embryo and had only been dead for a few minutes, regained consciousness very quickly. Voila! She flew out from the dragon transformation pool with a horrified expression on her face. She stared at Wang Xian with a slightly distorted expression. However, very soon, a respectful expression appeared on her face. "Greetings, Dragon King." Chapter 21-28 2128 2128 Cannon Fodder. "Greetings, Dragon King." Lei Dongxue knelt in front of Wang Xian. She didn't have the arrogance from before. Compared to before, they were 2 completely different people. Wang Xian stared at her indifferently and revealed a smile on his face. "Get up. It's the Dragon King." Lei Dongxue stood respectfully beside Wang Xian. She was filled with respect. "Do you still have your own memories? Do you remember everything that happened?" Wang Xian asked her calmly. "I know. It was Dongxue who recklessly offended the Dragon King. Thank you, Dragon King, for allowing me to be reborn." Lei Dongxue replied quickly. "It's good that you know. Tell me about the purpose of Eternal Shocking Thunder's recruitment of the other forces in the northern region." Wang Xian asked her. "Dragon King, not long ago, Eternal Shocking Thunder was invaded by a large number of demonic beasts from the demon lair. Even the demonic dragon behind the demonic beasts from the demon lair appeared. At that time, The god of shocking thunder appeared, but he wasn't able to kill him. He was even tricked by him and was poisoned. However, the demonic dragon was in an even worse state. His tail was left behind, and he had to fight for his life to escape. Now, the demonic dragon is taking revenge on us, and countless demonic beasts are attacking us. In order to avoid losses, we, Eternal Thunderclap, have decided to recruit all the forces in the entire northern region. Lei Dongxue said slowly to Wang Xian. Recruit all the forces in the northern region to fight against demonic beasts as cannon fodder. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. More or less. Among demonic beasts, there are more than 20 existences at the peak of the godly state. Even the thunder god of Eternal Thunderclap only has this number. Under such a battle, even if we can win, we will probably suffer heavy losses. We might even lose half of our strength. Therefore, we will recruit other forces to reduce the losses of Eternal Thunderclap. Lei Dongxue nodded. In other words, after we head to Eternal Thunderclap tomorrow, we will enter the front line directly. Wang Xian looked at her. That's right. We will enter the front lines directly. However, whether or not we will be treated as cannon fodder will be another matter. This depends on our decision. As the masters of these forces, we have the right to make a decision. However, in order to obtain merit points, there will definitely be disciples who will order the other forces in the northern region to be treated as cannon fodder. Every time they kill a demonic beast, we will obtain some merit points. Lei Dongxue said so. Your Eternal Thunderclap is really powerful. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Dragon King, don't worry. As long as I'm here, I will not let the members of the Dragon Palace be used as cannon fodder. Lei Dongxue said immediately. What about the demonic beast corpses that we killed? Can we obtain them? Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he asked her. Naturally, there will be some benefits to the Eternal Thunderclap faction. Otherwise, the other factions in the northern region will definitely fight with their lives on the line when they know they are dead. Half of the dead body of Yao Xie can be obtained. The other half belongs to the Eternal Thunderclap faction. You can use the dead body of Yao Xie to exchange for items, formations, and the Eternal Thunderclap faction to open the treasury. There are no treasures in the outside world. Some of the treasures are extremely attractive to those at the peak of the godly state. Lei Dongxue said. Even so, he is still a cannon fodder. Wang Xian mumbled as he opened his palm and took out Lei Dongxue's interspatial ring. Inside the interspatial ring were the divine herbs and divine fruits that she had obtained from Wang Xian, as well as various treasures. There were a total of more than 150 godly state experts from the 7 factions, plus the treasures in their lair. That's enough. Wang Xian revealed a faint smile. The treasures from the Tianyang Divine Dynasty, the treasures from the 8 forces of the Yu Huashan sect, and all sorts of divine herbs and elixirs were enough to ignite the divine fire again. Will it be all right if those 4 middle-aged women are killed? If so, think of a way to get rid of them. We will set off tomorrow. Wang Xian said to her before turning around and flying into the Dragon King's hall. The Dragon Palace had no choice but to obey the order of Eternal Thunderclap. However, after his strength had increased, coupled with Lei Dongxue's presence, the danger level would be much lower. After arriving at the Dragon King's palace, Wang Xian poured out all the resources in his interspatial ring and the mother nest. Roar! Roar! His body moved and transformed into an enormous 7-colored divine dragon, devouring all sorts of resources in large mouthfuls. After lighting another wisp of divine fire, he would have the strength of a peak deity. At that time, apart from the Thunder God, he would not be afraid of anyone else in the northern region. As long as he was given enough time and resources, the Thunder God would not hesitate to kill him. Roar! 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 Ding! Congratulations to host for raising your level and lighting the 4th wisp of divine fire. Name, Wang Xian. Race, Yin-Yang 5 Elements Divine Dragon, Mandragon Unity. Level, 4 wisps of divine fire, 5th change of the Divine Dragon Transformation. Divine Crystal, 235. 4,000,000/100 billion. Supernatural ability. Ruling the water tribe, ruling the water tribe below one's level. Devouring creatures to extract divine crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method, divine dragon transformation. Supernatural ability, soul absorbing, spirit attaching. Yin-yang 5 elements, dragon eyes. Aspect, 5 elements, millstone, dragon kingdom in the palm, dragon head under the heavens, dragon body of 10,000 miles, yin-yang poles, yin-yang 5 elements, alms bowl, divine dragon tail swing. Divine kingdom, dragon palace. Dragon palace, level 6. Dragon palace members, 33,633. 10 minutes later, an extremely majestic roar was heard throughout the entire dragon palace. The dragon body of 15,000 meters was entrenched in the Dragon King's palace. It was like an extremely mystical mountain peak. The 7-colored dragon scales flickered with a divine glow, causing one to be dazzled. That faint dragon aura caused all creatures below the divine realm to tremble. This form. At this moment, in front of the Dragon King's palace, Lei Dongxue was looking at Wang Xian's form. Her eyes were wide open and a shocked expression appeared on her face. It's actually similar to the demonic dragon. However, it looks much more majestic and noble than the demonic dragon. Some people say that the demonic dragon possesses the bloodline of the legendary divine dragon. Could it be that the Dragon King also possesses it? She mumbled to herself. The divine dragon had long disappeared. There were only some historical records of such terrifying existences. However, according to the records, the divine dragon had already disappeared. There were only some demonic beasts that possessed the bloodline of the divine dragon. Now that she was looking at the 7-colored Dragon King, she felt that the legendary divine dragon might not be as powerful as it. Peak of the godly state. If I were to encounter an existence like the rain demon sword god now, I would be able to kill him within 10 moves. Feeling the powerful strength in his body and looking at his attributes, the corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Congratulations to Dragon King for another breakthrough. Prime Minister Gue walked over and said with a smile on his face. Prime Minister Gue, select 15,000 members and follow Eternal Thunderclap tomorrow. Wang Xian transformed into his human form and said to Prime Minister Gui in a good mood, "It's the Dragon King. I'll go prepare immediately." Prime Minister Gue nodded his head. When do we set off tomorrow? Wang Xian looked at Lei Dongxue, who was not far away. Reporting to the Dragon King, we will set off at noon tomorrow. Lei Dongxue nodded his head respectfully. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head. After hesitating for a moment, he flew towards the Transcendence continent. He did not know how long he would be away for this trip. He would go and see the group of girls first. Chapter 2129. 2129, 2129, the vast front line of the war. Let's go. At noon the next day, Wang Xian led 15,000 disciples of the Dragon Palace out of the Dragon Palace. In the center of the front row, Lei Dongxue was riding on a fire phoenix dragon seat. She raised her head slightly and regained her arrogant look. Wang Xian followed by the side, and the group headed toward the teleportation formation. In order to prevent the people from the eternal thunderstorms from noticing anything, Wang Xian made Lei Dongxue return to her usual appearance. On the surface, she was the leader. Dragon King, the front line is located on the Steel Planet. That is the front line of the fight against the demonic beasts. We will need 2 hours to teleport through the formation. Lei Dongxue whispered to Wang Xian. All right, let's go there first. Wang Xian nodded. The Steel Planet was not a cultivation planet, but a technological planet. It was located not far from the border between the northern region and the central region. In the vast universe, not only were there cultivation planets, there were also many technological planets like Earth in the past. Powerful technological planets and technological weapons could destroy gods. However, after most technological planets learned about cultivation techniques, they gradually turned to cultivation techniques. After all, cultivation techniques could allow humans to live for tens of thousands of years, or even 100,000 years. They could travel through the void with their physical bodies. This was something that the technology of the technological planets could not achieve. Buzz. After 2 hours of continuous teleportation, Wang Xian and the rest arrived above a building made of steel. There were numerous transparent glass houses in the surroundings. People would appear from time to time in the glass houses, and some would enter the glass houses and disappear. The entire huge building was filled with a sense of technology. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the surroundings. There were many huge cities made of steel in the surroundings, which impacted everyone's line of sight. The Steel Planet is the strongest technological planet in the northern region. The technological weapons here can kill gods with 3 to 4 wisps of divine fire. If they were any stronger, they wouldn't be able to do it. Lei Dongxue raised his head proudly and transmitted his voice to Wang Xian. Now, we need to report to the front line so that we can prepare for the upcoming battle. He continued. Lead the way. Wang Xian nodded and followed behind Lei Dongxue as they flew towards the front. In the surroundings, there were flying cars shuttling in the air. There were also many cultivators flying in the sky. There are so many people on this planet. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the surroundings. All of them were densely packed, and he asked curiously. The Steel Planet is now the front line of the entire Eternal Thunderclap. Currently, almost 100 cultivators and powerhouses from all the planets have come here. Not only did Eternal Thunderclap recruit many forces, they also attracted more than 1 billion cultivators to guard the front line through missions. In addition to the various powerful armies and logistics personnel of Eternal Shocking Thunder, the number of people on this planet has increased by more than 2 billion. Lei Dongxue reported. By the way, have the experts who were stationed at the energy tide come over? Wang Xian's heart skipped a beat as he asked hurriedly. No. The energy tide is also a relatively important place. Once we evacuate, it will be completely occupied by the Eternal Divine Leaf. Lei Dongxue said with some doubt. Although she was puzzled, she didn't dare to ask further. That's good, Wang Xian mumbled. More than 10,000 people flew forward. The people around them looked at them in astonishment. When they saw Lei Dongxue, all of them had a look of awe on their faces. Clearly, this person was very famous in Eternal Shocking Thunder. Many people knew him. The area of the Steel Planet was huge. Wang Xian estimated that it was at least 1 to 200 times larger than Earth. After flying for half an hour, he finally arrived at the front line. When Wang Xian saw the battle line in front of him, his face revealed a look of shock. An incomparably huge steel city wall stood in the void. The entire steel city wall was at least tens of millions of kilometers long. Its height reached up to millions of kilometers. At this moment, cultivators were standing densely on the silver-white steel city wall. In front of them, there was a meteorite floating in the void. There were big and small meteorites. The big meteorites were hundreds of kilometers in size, while the small ones were thousands of meters in size. It looked extremely chaotic. The meteorites were densely packed, and there was a demonic roar in the middle. When Wang Xian got closer to the steel city wall, he noticed that there were many gigantic war machines on the steel city wall. Boom! At this moment, a beam of light with a diameter of 1,000 meters headed straight for the demonic beast in front of him. The terrifying beam of light penetrated tens of millions of kilometers into the void. Most of the demonic beasts that were hit by it would not be able to escape death. That is the light obliteration cannon. It uses technology to control the power of light and is able to kill an immortal-level existence. Lei Dongxue saw Wang Xian's curious expression and explained to him through voice transmission. It's really magical. It's similar to a formation. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he said, technology is indeed similar to a formation. It's a way of using attributes. Lei Dongxue hesitated for a moment before saying. He landed on the silver-white steel city wall and looked at the endless void in front of him. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. This was the starry sky of the universe. Let's go to the Eternal Thunderclap Command Center. Lei Dongxue walked toward the center. Miss Lei, congratulations. I heard that you are now in control of a very powerful force. Lord Lei. Along the way, some people greeted Lei Dongxue enthusiastically. Wang Xian watched silently from the side. After walking for only a dozen kilometers, he encountered more than 30 gods. The number of gods here was terrifying. Dragon King, we're here. It might be a little offensive to speak later, Lei Dongxue said softly and looked at the command center in front of him. It's all right. Act according to your character. Wang Xian nodded his head. The command center of a silvery white steel building was filled with a sense of technology. When Lei Dongxue walked forward, the metal door opened directly. Inside was an incomparably huge command center. The entire battlefield could be seen clearly from here. At this moment, there were more than 1 million people gathered inside. They are all here. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the area and realized that the people from the Northern Expedition Trading Company, the God-Burning Dynasty, and the Enchanting Divine Gate were all inside. He narrowed his eyes slightly. His gaze swept across the location of the Northern Expedition Trading Company. When he killed the Rain Demon Sword God, he had mentioned that the Northern Expedition Trading Company was the one who told them about this news. Wang Xian was somewhat suspicious. The Northern Expedition Trading Company had to a certain extent been involved in the Yu Huashan sect's ambush. Lei Dongxue, you are the only one left. At the front, Lei Tianxing saw them arrive and said coldly. His gaze swept past Wang Xian and the others, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. This time, if it wasn't for the Dragon Palace, he could have taken over the Yu Huashan sect. But now, compared to Lei Donglin, Lei Beichen, and the others, the difference was enormous. In the future, the difference between them would only grow larger and larger. This was all because of the Dragon Palace and Ridong Shui. Towards this, he was filled with hatred towards Ridong Shui and the Dragon Palace. Chapter 2130. 2130 in 2130's intense battle. You guys are early. Lei Dongxue scanned the surroundings and led Wang Xian and the rest straight ahead. Aren't there close to 100 godly state experts in the Dragon Palace? Why are there only 50 of them here? Lei Beichen and the rest looked behind Lei Dongxue. They were slightly surprised as they swept their gaze across the area. I have my own plans for this. There's no need for everyone to worry about me. Lei Dongxue smiled faintly, his gaze turning to an old man in front of him. He bowed and called out, Lord Thunder God. That's right, since you're all here, I'll call the rest of the Thunder Gods over. The old man's gaze swept over the group of experts in front of him, and he nodded indifferently. With a thought, he transmitted his voice to each of them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Are all the forces of the Northern Territory Alliance here? I heard that they are still in the mood to fight among themselves. It seems that they are living too comfortably. Figures slowly appeared in front of them. They were standing on the high platform in front of them. There were about 20 figures. Some of them were wearing the clothes of the Eternal Thunderclap clan, while others were wearing battle armors. Each of the old men exuded a terrifying pressure and were filled with dignity. Their eyes swept forward, and their faces were filled with pride. Seeing the 20 figures in front of them, the faces of everyone from the Northern Territory Alliance changed slightly, and their eyes were filled with respect. Even the 3-peak deity realm experts from the Northern Territory Alliance were looking at them solemnly. Hearing the Thunder God's words, they looked a little embarrassed. Greetings, Lord Thunder God. Lei Dong, Shuelei, Beichan, and the other youths immediately called out respectfully when they saw the 20 Thunder Gods. Close to 600 deity realm experts and 3-peak deity realm experts. Their strength isn't bad. There are some things that you should know. Don't have any thoughts. The entire Northern Territory is in danger now. If it wasn't for us, Eternal Shocking Thunder, you would have been destroyed. This time, we will recruit you. Listen to the orders of my Eternal Shocking Thunder disciples. Anyone who dares to disobey us will be exterminated by our hands. An old man with a knife scar on his face and a ferocious expression on his face, dressed in battle armor, coldly warned the other factions. Everyone, don't worry. We, Eternal Shocking Thunder, are not asking you to die. This is also an opportunity for you. The treasury of Eternal Shocking Thunder is open to all of you. As long as you have merit points, you can exchange for any treasure, especially the 3 peak God Realm experts. If you can kill 2 peak God Realm experts, our God Lord has said that we can directly confer you the title of Thunder God. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, an old man beside him took over his words and comforted him. A big stick and a sweet date. After all, the forces of the Northern Region Alliance were not slaves. Below them, the forces heard their words and did not speak. They already knew this. Although they were directly recruited, it was better if they were lucky and could obtain many items. Some items were extremely precious to them. They could only accept such a situation. You 10 outstanding disciples, each choose a stronghold. The more demonic beasts you kill, the more meritorious deeds you will receive. In addition, special operations are required. You must unconditionally agree. The scarred thunder god who had just started speaking said. As his voice fell, he disappeared. The rest of the thunder gods also left. Only one stayed behind. You should know the location of the stronghold. Choose your stronghold and organize an attack in an hour. The last remaining thunder god ordered them. It's Lord Thunder God. Leave it to us. Lei Beichen bowed and said with a smile. All right, you guys go. I'll supervise the battle in an hour. Thunder God nodded. He turned around to look at the void battleground in front of him, keeping an eye on his surroundings. 10 strongholds. We want the central stronghold. At this moment, Lei Beichen immediately said to the other 9 young men and women, I want the center too. I want to be close to the center. As soon as Lei Beichen finished speaking, Lei Donglin, Lei Tianming, and the others immediately spoke as well. I want the one on the left. Lei Dongxue also spoke up. Lei Dongxue, the strength of the Dragon Palace is not bad, yet you chose the safest place. Don't you want merit points? After Lei Dongxue made his choice, Lei Beichen and the rest looked over in astonishment. You guys don't need to worry about my matters. Lei Dongxue said calmly and walked straight towards the location of the stronghold. Is there anything special about this stronghold? Wang Xian followed behind and asked Lei Dongxue. There are 10 strongholds, and they are also the center of the demonic invasion. You have to be constantly attacked by Shaoxian and Yaoxie there. Sometimes, there will be demonic beasts at the peak of the godly state. If you are not careful, you will suffer heavy losses. Lei Dongxue explained to Wang Xian in a low voice. I see. Wang Xian nodded his head faintly. Killing Yao Xie could earn merit points. However, Lei Dongxue, who had been subdued, was now focusing on the safety of the Dragon Palace. Therefore, she chose the safest place. The rest of the young men with eternal shock couldn't wait to choose the center seat. As for the death of the Northern Alliance, it had nothing to do with them. As long as they had merit points, it was enough. Lei Dongxue, you guys are finally here. We can relax a little. When they arrived at a stronghold in the center of the Steel City wall, a middle-aged man saw them walking over and said with a smile, Thank you for your hard work, Lord Renaud. Leave this place to me. Lei Dongxue said with a smile. All right. I'll leave it to you, Dongxue. Your strength is not bad. As the middle-aged man spoke, his gaze swept across Wang Xian and the rest behind her as he praised her. Dragon King, send someone to guard this stronghold. The moment any evil spirit steps 20 kilometers into the Steel City wall, kill them immediately. Lei Dongxue smiled and commanded the Dragon King with an imposing manner. One had to complete the act. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head and gestured to the surrounding members of the Dragon Palace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the members of the Dragon Palace stood in front of the Steel City wall and stared straight ahead. A group of demonic beasts is coming over. Just as the members of the Dragon Palace dispersed, a group of demonic beasts rushed over from the front. There were at least a few thousand of them, and there was a celestial-level demonic beast among them. Go over and kill them. The Dragon King looked over and immediately gave an order. Be careful. Demonic beasts are very cunning. They are not here to die in vain. There might be more powerful demonic beasts hidden among them. The number of demonic beasts is terrifying. They are using this method to wear down our strength. Lei Dongxue immediately reminded him from the side. Oh! Wang Xian raised his eyebrows, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Huh! When he looked towards the demonic evil that was charging towards him, he was slightly taken aback. There was actually a demonic evil with 6 wisps of divine fire hidden within that demonic evil. If he were to send some members of the Dragon Palace over unprepared, they would all die there. Chapter 2131. 2131. In the intense battle of 2131. Demons were mainly bestial in nature, and they were mainly bloodthirsty. However, this didn't mean that they were unintelligent. On the contrary, their battle experience couldn't even be compared to many humans. They wouldn't blindly come here to throw their lives away. They also knew some strategies: sneak attack, ambush, lure, and escape. Among them, there's a demon with 6 wisps of divine fire. Ao Xingmu. Hide behind the members of the Dragon Palace and deal with that demon with 6 wisps of divine fire. Wang Xian looked at the thousands of evil demons that were flying towards him and instructed Ao Xingmu. Yes, Dragon King. Leave it to me. Ao Xingmu nodded and gestured to his subordinates. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, under the leadership of a starwood dragon species that had ignited 2 wisps of divine fire, he attacked the thousands of evil demons directly. Roar! Standing on the steel city wall, Wang Xian could hear the roars of the demonic beasts and the bloody aura. Looking at the demonic beasts, he was a little puzzled. Where did these demonic beasts come from? Why did they have the characteristics of the bug race? The only difference was that the growth rate of the demonic beasts was much lower than that of the bug race. Whoosh! 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 More than 500 members of the Starwood Combat Division flew over and twined around the demonic beasts. The leader of the group ignited 2 wisps of divine fire Starwood Combat Division members and locked onto the Yao God at the front of Yao Xie. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, behind Yao Xie, a Yao Xie's body expanded explosively and emitted a monstrous evil aura. Its eyes were blood red as it ferociously attacked the Starwood Combat Division members. You're courting death. Ao Xingmu, who had been hiding in the back, looked at the cunning Yao Xie and revealed a cold expression. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, the branches that filled the sky enveloped all of them. Buzz! With a wave of his arm, all of the demonic experts were enveloped and killed easily. Wang Xian stood on the steel city wall and watched with a smile on his face. After all, Ao Xingmu, who was comparable to 9 wisps of divine fire, was able to kill thousands of demonic experts easily. Dragon King. Ao Xingmu and the rest flew over and placed the demonic beasts' corpses on the ground. Dragon King. The technology of the steel city wall can record the demonic beasts killed in the stronghold. These demonic beasts' corpses should be placed in a separate spot. Lei Dongxue walked over and reminded Wang Xian in a low voice. Can't I take half of them away now? Wang Xian frowned slightly and said to her, No, you have to wait for a fixed time before you can collect the body of the demonic beasts or exchange for merit points. Lei Dongxue shook her head. Wang Xian frowned and felt a little uncomfortable. Dragon King, this base of ours is considered a place where the demonic beasts seldom attack. Even so, you have seen the situation, Dragon King. No one knows if there are stronger demonic beasts among the demonic beasts that are attacking us. Every time we clean up these invading demonic beasts, we can't let the experts of the 9 wisps of divine fire attack continuously. Otherwise, the god of the 9 wisps of divine fire won't be able to hold on. This is the result of such a situation. If we're unlucky, it's very likely that the person who killed the demonic beasts won't be able to come back. Lei Dongxue told Wang Xian about the situation and experience here. Wang Xian nodded slightly. Oh, this is bad. There are stronger demonic beasts among them. Sir, please save us. At this moment, screams of pain came from the side. Wang Xian looked over and narrowed his eyes slightly. We are the 10th stronghold here and the 9th one over there. That faction of the Northern Alliance is in trouble. Lei Dongxue said. No wonder Eternal Thunderclap would recruit all the factions in the northern region. Even Eternal Thunderclap can't withstand such a loss. Wang Xian said plainly. Dragon King, there are demons attacking again. At this moment, Ao Qitian's voice rang out. Wang Xian looked ahead and saw a cloud of black fog flying towards them. The black fog covered an area of 200 to 300 kilometers. It was impossible to see how many demons were in the black fog. There's such a method? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. Lei Dongxue, who was beside him, nodded his head. A godly state member will lead 1,000 members and charge over. Wang Xian stared into the black fog with his yin-yang and 5 elements dragon eyes and ordered immediately. Yes. The group of Dragon Palace members flew over immediately and charged towards Yao Xie, who was in the black fog. Following that, Yao Xie would definitely invade every 10 minutes or so. There would be all kinds of methods and ambushes. Fortunately, Wang Xian had the yin-yang and 5 elements dragon eyes. Otherwise, unless Ao Qitian and the rest kept attacking, there would definitely be casualties. In front of the entire steel city wall, the demonic roars and human screams were incessant. Especially in the middle, the battle became even more intense. Get ready. Take the initiative to attack. An hour later, a voice suddenly sounded. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, 2 to 3 million cultivators flew out from the back. The leaders were 5 armored thunder gods. Some of them were wielding thunder hammers, while others were wielding spears. Their bodies were emitting a terrifying aura. The million-strong army was silent. Only a majestic aura was suspended in the air, causing one's heart to palpitate. At least 200 gods were standing behind the 5 thunder gods. It was extremely terrifying. It's time to attack. Wang Xian looked over and a hint of seriousness appeared on his face. Dragon King, prepare to attack. Lei Dongxue whispered to him before floating in the air. Disciples of the Dragon Palace, line up. She shouted loudly. Walala. Wang Xian gestured to the members of the Dragon Palace and floated behind Lei Dongxue. Disciples of the Northern Expedition Chamber of Commerce, follow me. Disciples of the God-burning dynasty, prepare for battle. Strong and confident shouts came from the right. The forces of the Northern Region Alliance will be the vanguard this time. Attack. In the sky, a thunder god shouted coldly. Lei Dongxue led more than 10,000 members of the Dragon Palace towards the right. Soon, they gathered together with more than 6 million forces of the Northern Region Alliance. This time, almost 80% of the forces of the Northern Territory Alliance were mobilized. There were 500 God Realm experts alone. Buzz. At this moment, 5 figures suddenly came to the center of the forces of the Northern Territory Alliance. The Northern Territory Alliance will be led by the 5 of us in this battle. No force of the Northern Territory Alliance can disobey. Those who disobey will be killed. An old man wearing a bamboo hat shouted with a cold face. Huh. Everyone from the Northern Alliance was slightly shocked when they saw the 5 figures that suddenly floated in the air in front of them. What are they doing? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at them in astonishment. They want merit points. What a good plan. Although the 10 of U.S. disciples have recruited all the factions of the Northern Alliance and all the factions listen to our orders, those factions should consider the orders of the experts of the Northern Alliance. The Northern Territory Alliance only has 3 peak deity realm experts. The other forces don't dare to refuse. If they really attack and kill those who disobey, we won't be able to protect them. Lei Dongshue's expression slightly changed as he solemnly said from the side. Chapter 2132 2132 In the midst of a terrible battle, in front of the steel wall, the president and vice president of the Northern Expedition Trading Company, the leader of the Gate of God, and Lei Beichen Lei Tianming. The 5 of them stood in the center of the position, exuding a powerful force, staring at all the forces of the Northern Alliance. 3 gods at the top, 5 or 6 million disciples of the Northern League, and about 500 gods. When the eternal thunderclaps Redong Linli and the others saw this scene, Their faces slowly began to turn ugly. They were doing this because they wanted to control the power of the entire Northern Alliance in their own hands, so that they could obtain the most merit points. Although they had the authority to order the various powers of the Northern Alliance, these powers, under the threat of the three peak stage deities of the Northern Expedition Trading Company, had no choice but to obey. Normally, as the most outstanding young generation of Eternal Thunderclap, they had the ability to make the various factions ignore the orders of the Northern Expedition Trading Company and the Enchanting Divine Gate. However, they still had to face Lei Beichen and Lei Tianming. If they appeared, Lei Beichen and Lei Tianming would also appear. As the first and second place winners of the grand competition not long ago, if they were to join forces, even if the other 8 people were to join forces, it would be difficult for them to contend against them. Damn it, I didn't expect the Northern Expedition Trading Company and the bewitching Divine Gate to actually want to direct this war. Young Master Lei Donglin, if you can't stop them, we must listen to the orders of the Northern Expedition Trading Company and the bewitching Divine Gate. Otherwise, once they take revenge on us. When the Emperor of the God-Burning Dynasty saw this scene, his expression was similarly unsightly as he spoke to Lei Donglin by his side. In the entire Northern Region Alliance, only the Northern Expedition Trading Company and the Demonic God Sect had peak deity realm experts. Now that the two factions had joined forces, they did not dare to disobey. If I step out to stop them, Lei Beichen, Lei Tianming, and the others will also step out to stop them. Lei Donglin's expression was extremely ugly. He looked at the other people around him and saw that their expressions were the same, filled with helplessness. There's nothing we can do. He shook his head in a low voice. He felt a little helpless. Then our God-Burning God Dynasty has nothing we can do. The Emperor of the God-Burning God Dynasty said in a low voice. He looked at the 5 people in front of him and said directly, our God-Burning God Dynasty listens to the orders of the guild leader and the sect leader. We also listen to the orders of the 5 of you. Seeing that the God-Burning God Dynasty had responded, the other factions immediately spoke up as well. Ha ha ha, good. Lei Beichen and Lei Tianming looked at each other when they saw this scene. Their faces were filled with excitement. Next, I hope that everyone will obediently follow orders. Otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your lives. Lei Beichen spoke out with a faint warning. Yes. The disciples of the Northern Region Alliance immediately responded loudly. It's not bad to be able to unite them. Let's go. At this moment, a thunder god at the back said calmly, it's Lord Thunder God. Let's go. Lei Beichen shouted loudly, high-spirited. Let's go. The Elder of Light from the Northern Expedition Chamber of Commerce also shouted loudly. 5 to 6 million troops immediately flew towards the void ahead. Wind-type cultivators with flying mounts, go ahead and scout the situation. Flying Wings Sect, go ahead and scout. In the dense area of meteorites ahead, no one knew if there was an evil spirit lurking behind these meteorites. At this moment, the president of the Northern Expedition Chamber of Commerce swept his gaze behind him, landing on a group of people with flying mounts and a sect. He immediately gave the order. The expressions of everyone from the Flying Wing sect changed slightly when they heard the order from the president of the Northern Expedition Trading Company. The expression of the youth who had recruited them, Eternal Shocking Thunder, was also incomparably ugly. Going to investigate was undoubtedly the most dangerous. One moment of carelessness could result in death. Yes. However, how could they dare to disobey at this moment? If they went to investigate, they would still have a chance of surviving. If they disobeyed, they would definitely perish in the future. In an instant, more than 100,000 cultivators with green wings and mounts flew forward to investigate the situation. After flying for only 50 to 60 kilometers, miserable screams sounded. There are more than 10,000 demons here. A disciple shouted with a face full of fear. There are also demons here. We have demons here too. Following that, voices rang out one after another. Some disciples were being chased by thousands, or even tens of thousands of demonic beasts. Some were directly swallowed into their mouths. Northern Expedition Trading Company disciples, Enchanting Divine Gate disciples, kill. Danger was detected. Lei Beichen and Lei Tianming immediately ordered loudly, kill, kill, kill. A group of disciples and gods immediately rushed over and killed Yaoxia. Lei Beichen and Lei Tianming are really smart. They got the other factions to investigate the situation. After confirming that it was safe, they ordered the Northern Expedition Trading Company and the disciples of the enchanting celestial sect to take action. Such meritorious deeds are all theirs. As the other factions did not fight with Yaoxia, although the people sent out to investigate were very dangerous, they could reduce the losses by a lot. They wouldn't have much of an opinion, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The ones at a disadvantage are only me and the other 7 disciples. Lei Dongxue looked ahead and said to Wang Xian, "Okay." Wang Xian nodded his head slightly. A thoughtful look appeared on his face. After being recruited to the front line, he had to think of a way to obtain a large number of Yaoxia's corpses. Otherwise, staying here would be under the control of others. Moreover, it would be very dangerous. Boom, boom, boom. As the battle progressed, Wang Xian and the rest did not have the chance to make a move because of the presence of the Northern Expedition Trading Company and the disciples of the Enchanting Divine Sect. A large group of people were sent to scout ahead. After the Northern Expedition Trading Company and the disciples of the Enchanting Divine Sect confirmed that they were safe, they made their move and killed them. The huge group of people advanced forward rapidly. Soon, they entered the dense meteor rocks. However, more and more people died, especially those who went to investigate. Among the hundreds of thousands of people, at least 70% of them would die. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Northern Expedition Trading Company, the Enchanting Divine Sect, and even the godly state experts also began to die. The battle was extremely tragic. Wails, roars, and howls filled an area of tens of thousands of kilometers. The deeper they went, the more terrifying the number of demonic beasts became. When they advanced about 500 kilometers, the number of demonic beasts around them had already reached hundreds of millions. Among them, there were 200 to 300 deity-level demonic beasts. Young Master Lei Beichen, we have to get everyone to take action. Otherwise, our Northern Expedition Trading Company will suffer too many losses. In the center, the Northern Expedition Trading Company's president said with an embarrassed expression when he saw the loss of his disciples. Sure. Beside him, Lei Beichen, whose face was filled with excitement, hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding his head. If they were to let the Northern Expedition Trading Company fight alone again, the Northern Expedition Trading Company might have some objections. All factions, attack and kill Yaoxia. The leader of the Enchanting God sect immediately ordered loudly from the side. Go, go. Kill him. Kill more Yaoxia from the demon lair. When Lei Tiansheng, Lei Donglin, and the rest heard the order, they immediately gave the order to the commandeering faction with an embarrassed expression. Let's begin too. A strong fighting spirit flashed in Wang Xian's eyes. Although they could only obtain half of the bodies of the demonic beasts, it would still be a huge amount of resources if there were too many of them. Chapter 2133 2133, 2133, disobeyed the order and died? Go. Members of the Dragon Palace, maintain your formation. Saturn turtles defend the front to prevent a large number of demonic beasts from charging over. The Starwood Combat Division is behind the Saturn turtles, attacking from a distance. The Demon Combat Division and the Thunder Division are on the 2 wings. The Support Division and the Heaven's Eye Arrow Division are at the back. On the void battleground that was filled with meteorites, Wang Xian stared at the hundreds of millions of demonic beasts in front of him and ordered loudly. It's the Dragon King. More than 10,000 members of the Dragon Palace responded loudly. The Saturn Turtle, one of the subordinates that the Transcendence Continent had subdued, was now a dragon seed of the Dragon Palace. They possessed extremely strong defensive capabilities and were not very strong in terms of offensive capabilities. However, it was the best choice for them to defend the front. The members of the Starwood Combat Division at the back were engaging in long-range attacks. The Devil Combat Division and the Thunder Division were on the left and right. There were already 10 berserk dragon species among them, and their combat strength was extremely violent. The gods of the Dragon Palace who had ignited the godly fire locked onto those god-level demons. Kill, kill. Ao Chitian roared and smashed the ocean-pacifying needle in his hand toward the front. Roar, roar, roar. Sensing Ao Chitian's violent power, a demon with 9 wisps of godly fire in front of him charged toward him without fear. Ao Chitian's blood-red Goyu's eyes turned slightly, and he directly attacked that demonic fiend. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 2,000 Saturn turtles at the forefront trembled slightly. Their bodies were enveloped by a thick earth elemental energy. Their entire bodies were like a moving castle, and they charged forward directly. The Saturn turtles in a row charged forward with a shocking power. They charged into Yaoxia's army without any fear. Roar, roar, roar. Yaoxia's blood-red eyes stared at them as he charged forward. Looking at this bloody battlefield from afar was terrifying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the rear, the members of the Heavenly Eye Archery Division drew their bows and shot arrows. Tens of thousands of arrows charged forward. Mao Zixin and the other 2 god-level archers, in particular, shot arrows one after another, instantly piercing through tens of thousands of demons. In just one round of attack, they had killed hundreds of thousands of demons. Roar, roar, roar. The members of the Demon War Division and the Thunder Division attacked the demons one by one from the 2 wings. With the help of the water elemental dolphins at the rear, the sky blue light on their bodies circulated. Special sound waves reverberated throughout the battlefield of the Dragon Palace, supporting the members of the Dragon Palace and suppressing Yaoxia. The orderly attacking methods tore a hole in Yaoxia's army. After the Saturn turtle blocked the first wave of attacks, Yaoxia was entangled by countless thorns. As the most powerful combat division of the Dragon Palace, the Starwood Combat Division, once they ignited the divine fire, they were comparable to the Mad Dragon. Under such circumstances, Yaoxia would be killed quickly in the face of their attacks. In addition to the fact that the members of the Dragon Palace had the combat strength of at least a rank 9 demigod, more than 10,000 members of the Dragon Palace could match the army of millions of other forces. In fact, the members of the Dragon Palace suffered very little losses due to their perfect cooperation. Since the Dragon Palace was founded, it had experienced more than a dozen wars of all sizes, all of which were extremely terrifying. The experience and coordination of each member of the Dragon Palace was not something that an ordinary army could compare to. One by one, evil demons fell under the bodies of the members of the Dragon Palace. This is so powerful. Lei Dongxue was shocked when he saw the battle of the members of the Dragon Palace for the first time. The lowest level of combat strength of a rank 9 demigod was defense, attack, long range, and support. Under the precise coordination, he was like a demonic harvester. His killing speed was even comparable to that of the Northern Expedition Trading Company and the Demonic God Sect. One had to know that the Northern Expedition Trading Company and the Demonic God Sect had more than 1 million disciples. Hee. When Wang Xian heard Lei Dongxue's evaluation from the side, a faint smile appeared on his face. The current Dragon Palace was not complete. The most powerful demonic beast in assassination was not around, and the Dragon Guards with strong killing power were no longer around. The strongest AO Crab was not around either. There are no more than 3 legions of Eternal Thunderclap that are comparable to your Dragon Palace army, Dragon King. Lei Dongxue said with some flattery. Wang Xian smiled and quietly hovered in the air as he watched the battle in front of him. He did not make a move. What force is that? More than 15,000 people actually have such a terrifying force. Even the core battle team of Eternal Thunderclap is only OS. At the last position of the battlefield, the 5 Thunder Gods led millions of disciples. They didn't take action now, so there was no need for them to take action since there were so many demons. One of the Thunder Gods looked at the Dragon Palace with surprise in his eyes. It's indeed very strong. It's controlled by that girl Lei Dongxue. It should be the Dragon Palace. It's a new force, and there seem to be a lot of god-level experts. A thunder god said, "It's a good choice to recruit other forces. It can reduce our losses. This force is really good. More than 10,000 people can make up a few million core. We can ask the Lord God to take them in the future." A thunder god said with surprise in his eyes. Sky. At this moment, the 3,000 members of the Starwood Combat Division shouted in unison on the battlefield where the Dragon Palace was. The branches covered an area of 500 to 600 kilometers in an instant. Their battlefield was completely covered. Millions of demons were instantly covered. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, miserable screams were heard. One demon after another was lifted into the air and pierced through by thorns. What? How could the Dragon Palace be so powerful? The horrifying scene from the Dragon Palace attracted the attention of many forces around. When they saw the thorns from the Dragon Palace dragging millions of demonic beasts into the air, they were shocked. More than 3,000 people killed millions of demonic beasts in one move. Although there were 7 or 8 God Realm experts among the 3,000 people, this scene was too terrifying. Damn it! How can the forces of the Dragon Palace be so powerful? Lei Beichen and Lei Tianming, who were in the center, saw this scene and their faces darkened. Killing Yaoxia meant merit points. The more they killed, the higher their merit points would be. The reason why they joined forces was to suppress the other disciples. They had never thought that the Dragon Palace would be so terrifying. They had killed millions of Yaoxia with one move. If they continued to kill, their merit points might be surpassed by Lei Dongxue. The two of them looked at each other, their faces slightly embarrassed. "We can't let the Dragon Palace continue to fight like this." Lei Beichen growled in a low voice. Lei Tianming also nodded heavily. "This Dragon Palace is really surprising." The bright elder of the Northern Expedition Trading Company swept his gaze over, his eyes shining. "Their strength is indeed very strong. Young masters, there's no need to be anxious. It's just the beginning. They only have 10,000 people. When they encounter powerful demons and suffer heavy losses, their combat strength will naturally be much weaker than before." The president of the Northern Expedition Chamber of Commerce didn't take the Dragon Palace seriously and said indifferently. Chapter 2134. 2134-2, 1134 disobeyed the order and died. That's true. Lei Beichen and Lei Tianming's eyes shone when they heard the Northern Expedition's guild leader's words. No matter how strong the Dragon Palace was, there was no peak divine realm existence. No matter how strong they were, they only had over 10,000 members. If they lost 7,000 to 8,000 members, it would be enough to cause them severe injuries. There was nothing to worry about. "Then I'll have to trouble you in a while, guild leader," Lei Beichen said to the guild leader of the Northern Expedition Trading Company with a smile on his face. The guild leader of the Northern Expedition Trading Company nodded his head faintly. "What kind of demon beast is that? To actually have such methods, it's truly extraordinary." At the back, a thunder god's gaze was fixed on the members of the Starwood Combat Division as he exclaimed in shock. "If such a force is recruited by eternal shocking thunder, we'll talk about it after this war is over." A thunder god spoke, and a thunder god beside him interrupted him. After the thunder god heard this, he fell silent for a moment and then nodded. If he really recruited this force into eternal shocking thunder, after the thunder god lord saw the potential and strength of the other party, he might be interested in talents. This was not a good thing for eternal shocking thunder's current army. After all, with the invasion of demons, someone had to stand at the front line. If this force was not at the front line, the other forces of eternal shocking thunder would be at the front line. Out of selfishness, even if the Dragon Palace was very strong and had great potential, they would not recruit it. Boom, boom, boom. Blood splattered everywhere on the battlefield. All the disciples of the forces were bloodthirsty. The blood even condensed into a bloody mist in the sky. Yaoxia's screams and the deaths of humans echoed in the area covered by meteorites. Dozens of people died every second in every force. Only the disciples of the Dragon Palace were killing Yaoxia in an orderly manner. The Saturn turtle was defending in front, forming an indestructible defense. The two-wing Demon Combat Division and the Thunder Division rarely died in close combat with the help of dolphins. The Starwood Combat Division and the Sky Eye Arrow Division behind were the Grim Reapers, killing crazily. The Dragon Palace suffered very little losses. The Yaoxia they killed was comparable to the Northern Expedition Trading Company. One had to know that the Northern Expedition Trading Company had 5 million disciples who were at least at the demigod level. The battle continued to unfold. 10 minutes later, Ao Chitian killed the 9 wisps of Divine Fire Evil Demon. The battle continued to advance forward, bit by bit. From the first 500 kilometers, they continued to slaughter their way in for more than 1,000 kilometers. Hundreds of millions of demons were slowly being killed. The injured disciples are at the back to heal. Seeing that the demons' resistance was getting smaller and smaller, some of the demons flew toward the center of the damage. The voice of a thunder god resounded in everyone's ears. Phew! This made the injured disciples slightly relieved. At least eternal shocking thunder didn't force them to die. Thank you, Lord Thunder God. Hundreds of thousands of injured disciples immediately flew back and arrived behind eternal shocking thunder and the other factions. Their safety was greatly guaranteed. We have only stepped into 1,500 kilometers. This time, we will kill our way into one of Yaoxia's strongholds. Thunder God continued to give orders. Set off. At the front, Lei Beichen shouted loudly, and the entire team proceeded forward. Yaoxia's corpse had already been put away. With the record of the technology of the Steel Planet, it was clear which faction had killed Yaoxia of what level. 5 to 6 million disciples had died in the battle just now, at least 1 million or so. One had to know that all of them were experts at the lowest demigod level. It was extremely tragic. As they continued to move forward, everyone had a solemn expression on their faces. In the face of such a tragic war, everyone had to brace themselves. After flying for more than 500 kilometers, they did not encounter any attacks from Yaoxia. This caused everyone to frown slightly. Yaoxia knows that we are here. She should have set up an ambush in front, or be prepared to wait for us. Lei Dongxue looked around with vigilance on his face. Wang Xian's dragon eyes of yin-yang and the 5 elements were opened as he scanned his surroundings. The bloody smell that came from the void indicated that Yaoxia had not left. Devil's Lair. That's the Devil's Lair. At this moment, exclamations sounded from the front. Wang Xian looked over and saw numerous huge devils' lairs a few hundred kilometers ahead. There were 10 demon caves, and each of them had an entrance that was more than 100,000 meters wide. Looking over, it was like an abyss. These demon caves stood above the huge meteorites. The dark demon caves gave off a terrifying aura. This demon cave is about 10 times bigger than the one on Earth. Wang Xian mumbled. You guys deal with the 4 demon caves. Leave the remaining 6 to us. At this moment, Eternal Thunderclap and the rest of the Thunder Gods led their disciples to the front. They looked at the Northern Alliance and said calmly, It's Lord Thunder God. Lei Beichen and the rest nodded immediately. They turned around and looked at the 10 gigantic demon caves in front of them. Their faces were filled with solemnity. Lock onto the 6 demon caves and attack with energy. The 5 Thunder Gods of Eternal Shocking Thunder had already given the order to attack from the side. Our Northern Expedition Trading Company will lead 3 forces to attack 2 Devil Dens. The Enchanting God Sect will take on 1. The God-Burning God Dynasty will lead 4 forces to attack 1 Devil Den. The Dragon Palace will take on 1 Devil Den alone. If there is a peak stage God Realm Yaoxia, we will try our best to pin him down or even kill him. We will attack immediately. At this moment, the president of the Northern Expedition Trading Company turned around and ordered all the forces of the Northern Alliance. No one is to disobey, or else. Lei Beichen, Lei Tianming, and the others swept their gazes over, their eyes filled with warning. Oh, why is the Dragon Palace fighting against a demon den alone? Lei Dongshua's expression changed slightly when he heard their words, and he asked in embarrassment. There's no reason. This is an order. Lei Beichen and the others revealed smiles on their faces as they looked at Lei Dongxue. Ask them if they dare to disobey the Northern Expedition Trading Company and the bewitching Divine Gate's orders. So what if they disobey? HMPH. What? The Northern Expedition Trading Company and the bewitching Divine Gate still dare to suppress me? Lei Dongxue stared at the three-peak deity realm experts without the slightest bit of fear. The president of the Northern Expedition Trading Company frowned slightly and looked at Lei Beichun. They don't dare to suppress you, but we do. You won't be able to protect the Dragon Palace. Dongxue, I've offended you this time. Lei Tianming said plainly to Lei Dongxue. Disobey the order and die. The president of the Northern Expedition Trading Company looked at the Dragon Palace and shouted coldly. Die? Hee. I disobeyed. What can you do to me? Wang Xian looked at the president of the Northern Expedition Trading Company, the flirtatious Divine Gate, Lei Beichun, Lei Tianming, and the rest with a cold expression on his face. Are you qualified to order them? Chapter 2135. 2135, 2135, disobeyed the order and died. Die? Hee. I disobeyed. What can you do to me? This, the Dragon King, he actually dared to. When everyone heard the Dragon King's words, the surrounding forces were slightly shocked and filled with shock. The Dragon King actually dared to disobey the orders of the Northern Expedition Trading Company and the leader of the Enchanting Divine Gate, as well as the orders of the Eternal Thunderclap, Northern Thunder, and Lei Tianming. After all, there were three peak godly state existences in front of them. Is the Dragon King courting death? If he openly disobeys the Northern Expedition Trading Company and the Enchanting Divine Gate, he will probably be destroyed in the future. Some people thought to themselves as they looked at the Dragon Palace in unison. All the forces had witnessed the strength of the Dragon Palace just now. It was definitely a terrifying existence. However, this strength was still far inferior to the Northern Expedition Trading Company and the Enchanting Divine Sect. The eyes of the Northern Expedition Trading Company's president and the Enchanting Divine Sect's sect master focused. They looked at Wang Xian with an ice-cold expression. Their eyes flickered with a cold, murderous intent. Dragon King, I think you guys don't want to live anymore. The Elder of Light narrowed his eyes slightly and spoke in a sinister tone. Dragon Palace, you dare to disobey the orders of three peak stage godly state experts? Do you want to die? If you want to die, we'll grant you your wish. As soon as the old man finished speaking, Lei Donglin, who was standing to the side, suddenly spoke up. Based on the current situation, he could tell that Lei Beichun and Lei Tianming wanted to use the Northern Expedition Trading Company and the Enchanting Divine Gate to weaken the Dragon Palace's strength. If they were to deal with a Devil Den alone, they would definitely suffer a huge loss. If there was a peak Divine Realm Yaoxier inside, it might be a devastating blow. However, if the Dragon Palace were to face a Demon Cave alone, it would be a burden to the other forces. He was naturally happy to see that. That's right, Dragon King. You'd better listen to the orders and think of the big picture. The Emperor of the God-burning God Dynasty said with a faint smile on his face. That's right. How dare you disobey the orders of three peak stage godly state lords? You are very powerful, but don't be arrogant. Your Dragon Palace's strength is obvious to all. You have the strength to fight against a demon cave alone. I agree with the three peak Divine Realm Lords. That's right. We've already given our orders before we came. As the Emperor of the God-burning God Dynasty spoke, the other forces around immediately echoed. The Dragon Palace's pressure would be much less if they fought against a demon cave, and their losses would also be much less. They were naturally happy to see that. Now that the Dragon King did not agree, they immediately stood on the side of the Northern Expedition Trading Company and the Enchanting Divine Sect. To fight against the demonic beasts, those who have the ability to survive will have to rely on their own abilities. When Wang Xian heard their words, he swept his gaze across them one by one. His face was filled with ridicule. He laughed out loud and waved his arm. Four streams of majestic energy directly attacked the four demon lairs. You're courting death. When the Northern Expedition Trading Company, Lei Beichen and the rest saw Wang Xian making his move, their expressions changed slightly. Oh no! Especially those small factions, when they saw this scene, they revealed an embarrassed expression. Boom, 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 boom. However, it was too late for them to defend themselves. The four streams of energy entered the demon caverns, and a terrifying explosion was heard. Roar, roar, roar. In less than a second, furious roars were heard from the demon cave. It sounded like the roars of millions of demonic beasts. 4 demon caves. Isn't it better to deal with them together? When Wang Xian heard the roars from the demon cave, a smile appeared on his face. Damn it, Dragon Palace, just you wait. The leader of the demonic god sect's face turned cold as he shouted sternly. Prepare to face the enemy. After saying that, he shouted loudly. At this moment, it was obviously not the time for internal strife. All the factions held their weapons tightly with an embarrassed look on their faces as they waited for Yao Xie to charge out from the demon cave. This Dragon King is really arrogant. Lei Beichen and Lei Tianming looked at each other with an embarrassed look on their faces. Once they fought together, with the Dragon Palace's terrifying combat strength and teamwork, they would definitely be able to kill as many demons as the Northern Expedition Trading Company and the others. Roar, roar, roar. Before anyone could think further, numerous blood-red eyes appeared in the demon cave, densely packed together. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At this moment, a sharp cry came from one of the demon caves, and it was different from the other demon caves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, tens of thousands of demons with huge bone wings and sharp heads rushed out. Behind them, numerous demons of the same type followed. Roar, roar. Soon after, tens of thousands of demons rushed out from the other 4 demon caves and charged at them. Prepare for battle. Attack. The Elder of Light shouted loudly. All the disciples immediately gripped their weapons tightly. The Northern Expedition Trading Company and the Enchanting Divine Sect, who were located in the center, were the first to face the attacks of the evildoers. They immediately released streams of energy. Prepare for battle. Wang Xian ordered the disciples of the Dragon Palace. Yes, as usual, they used the Saturn Turtle to defend the front. Each and every one of them was floating in the sky like a moving fortress, waiting for the evildoers who were charging towards them. Chirp, chirp. At this moment, an ear-piercing screech filled with violence suddenly resounded through the void. A flying Yao Xie that was at least 10,000 meters in size flew out from the demon cave. Peak Deity Realm. A Peak Deity Realm Yao Xie has appeared. Yao Xie, who was at the Peak Deity Realm, directly attacked them. Everyone's expression changed slightly as they cried out in fear. Let me do it. A hint of solemnity appeared on the face of the Elder of Light. He shouted in a deep voice and immediately went forward to welcome them. At least 1 billion Yao Xie have come out. There are so many of them. Wang Xian looked into the demon cave with a solemn expression on his face. His yin-yang and 5 elements dragon eyes stared at the demon cave. Once there were 7 or 8 or even more peak of the godly state Yao Xie, he would leave this place with the members of the Dragon Palace without hesitation. Dragon King, with our strength, we shouldn't be in too much danger. This is the counterattack plan that Eternal Thunderclap came up with after a detailed investigation. Lei Dongxue said to Wang Xian from the side. Okay. Wang Xian nodded. He didn't make a move and stood quietly behind the Dragon Palace. With the strength of the Dragon Palace, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to fight against a demon lair alone. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. He couldn't listen to the arrangements of the Northern Expedition Trading Company. Kill, kill, kill. Violent sounds of fighting could be heard from the surroundings. Nearly 100 Deity Realm demons rushed out from each demon cave. The gods of the Northern Territory Alliance immediately went up to fight them. It seemed as if endless demons were rushing out from the demon caves. Roar, roar. At this moment, roars that shook the sky came from the other 2 demon caves. There are 2 more peak god realm evil spirits. The eyes of the president of the Northern Expedition Trading Company and the leader of the Charming God sect narrowed. President of the trading company, see if you can send one evil spirit to the Dragon Palace and let them know the consequences of disobeying orders. At this moment, Lei Beichen suddenly said when he saw the Dragon Palace crazily hunting the demon. Chapter 2136 2136 2136 lured them away. That's right, they dared to disobey our orders and make them pay. Lei Tianming's expression was slightly malevolent as he echoed Lei Beichen. The Dragon King disobeyed their orders and caused this situation. This made them hold a grudge. They must make the Dragon Palace know the consequences of disobeying their orders. If they could lure a peak god-level demonic beast to their position, they would definitely cause the Dragon Palace to suffer a huge loss. Huh. The president of the Northern Expedition Trading Company raised his eyebrows and stared at the peak god-level demonic beast flying toward the battlefield, his eyes shining. Leave it to me. I have an idea. The leader of the Charming Gods sect suddenly said with a cunning look on his face. Oh, the seductive Divine Gate leader has an idea? If that's the case, let the Dragon Palace put in more effort, The leader of the Northern Expedition Chamber of Commerce said with a smile. Just watch. The seductive Divine Gate leader smiled faintly. He waved his arm and a long spear appeared in his hand. Spear like a dragon. He growled and a metal attribute light directly attacked the peak stage god-level demonic beast. Roar! Yao Xie waved his terrifying tail and swept toward the metal spear. Bang! The metal spear shattered, and his blood-red eyes locked onto the gate master. With a roar, Yao Xie, who was at the peak of the godly state, charged toward him. Swoosh! The gate master moved and flew toward the sky above the Dragon Palace. It was only 100 kilometers away from the Dragon Palace, which was very close to the peak of the godly state. Clang! 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 While flying, he attacked the peak of the godly state Yao Xie with his long spear. Yao Xie chased after him, and black flames shot toward him. Swoosh! When they were about to reach the sky above the Dragon Palace, the leader moved his hand, and a bright dark divine pearl appeared in his hand. The divine darkness pearl emitted a dark luster and looked like a black gem. He waved his arm, and the divine darkness pearl directly floated 10,000 meters above the Dragon Palace. Such a position was already within the range of attack for Yao Xie, who was at the peak of the godly state. Roar, roar! As expected, when Yao Xie saw the divine darkness pearl, his blood-red eyes revealed a greedy look. He swayed his huge body and charged forward. That's right. The divine darkness pearl has a fatal attraction to Yao Xie. The Dragon Palace is going to suffer. Even if we gather the entire Dragon Palace's strength, it will be difficult to kill that peak god realm Yao Xie. I'll go deal with the other peak god realm Yao Xie. The president of the Northern Expedition Trading Company smiled when he saw this scene. As he spoke, his gaze locked onto another demon at the peak of the godly state, and he charged straight at it. Hee, Dragon Palace? Dragon King? Soon, you will know the consequences of disobeying orders. Lei Beichen and Lei Tianming's lips curled up slightly as they looked on with smiles on their faces. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was floating behind the Dragon Palace, saw the leader of the demonic god sect charging over with a demon at the peak of the godly state. He even threw a divine darkness pearl to the sky above the members of the Dragon Palace. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Let the Dragon Palace deal with this demon. Consider it your punishment for disobeying orders. The enchanting divine sect leader was floating 10,000 meters above the divine darkness pearl. When he saw the demon opening its mouth and swallowing the divine pearl, he said with a cold smile, "Go down." At the same time, the long spear in his hand pointed toward the demonic beast below. A golden glow seemed to pierce through the void as it attacked the demonic beast directly. Once it hit, the demonic beast would fall toward the ground below. Below, it was the position of the members of the Dragon Palace. You are courting death. When Wang Xian saw this scene, a strong murderous intent shot out from his face. Crash! The uninitiated holy wings appeared directly behind him. The 5 elements grinding mill slowly appeared above his head. Roar! 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 When the demonic beast saw the attack from the leader of the demonic faction, it let out a furious roar. Its sharp tail went straight for the golden glow. Buzz! A muffled sound of collision rang out. A dot of golden glow dissipated, and the sharp tail continued to attack him. Get lost! He roared angrily, and the long spear in his hand shook out streaks of golden light. In a short second, hundreds of thousands of golden lights appeared, densely covering Yaoxia. He had used all of his strength in this attack. He was confident that Yaoxia would fall heavily downwards. Buzz! However, just as he had just finished performing this move, an intense sense of danger enveloped his heart. At this moment, his heart seemed to have stopped beating, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Not good. Someone had launched a sneak attack. This was his first reaction. You want to harm our dragon palace? Die. A cold voice entered his ears, and a blood-red longsword slashed toward him from top to bottom. Damn it, how could it be him? His expression changed drastically, and he quickly dodged to the side. He did not expect that someone would sneak attack him at this time. He did not expect that the Dragon King could actually bring him a sense of threat of death. He had just performed a move, and he did not expect it at all. A heart-wrenching pain spread throughout his body. He felt as if his body had been cut into two. His face was filled with horror as he let out a miserable cry. His entire body shot out a terrifying golden light as he dodged to the side. Roar! Roar! At this moment, he heard the roar of Yaoxia coming from below. Consider yourself lucky. The Dragon King's voice resounded in his mind once again. He looked over and saw the Dragon King heading towards Yaoxia, who was at the peak of the godly state, to attack him. The charming sect master, who had flown 50 kilometers away in an instant, felt a chill run down his spine. Through his spiritual senses, he found that 1/3 of his body had been cut off from his ear all the way to his shoulder. His bloody body made him look extremely miserable. If he was not a peak stage godly state expert, this attack would have caused him to lose 50% of his combat strength. Even so, he was still severely injured. Damn it, Dragon King. You are actually an expert at the peak of the godly state. He roared furiously. The bloody flesh that had been cut off began to squirm and slowly began to recover. However, the energy required for the body to recover was very huge. What happened? Just now, Leader Yao Yi brought a peak godly state Yao Xie to the Dragon Palace, but he was ambushed and severely injured by the Dragon King. The Dragon King is also a peak godly state expert. Leader Yao Yi was seriously injured. Some people around were slightly shocked. How is this possible? The Dragon King is also a peak godly state expert. At this moment, Lei Beichen and Lei Tianming, who had been paying attention to the situation, looked extremely embarrassed. Chapter 2137. 2137, who was at the peak of the godly state, had fallen. You have ulterior motives. Do you still want to harm our dragon palace? Wang Xian controlled the 5 elements millstone to withstand the attack of Yao Xie, who was at the peak of the godly state. With a cold expression, he swept his gaze across the bewitching sect leader, Northern Expedition Trading Company, Lei Beichun, Lei Tianming, and the rest. Then, he growled in a low voice, Dragon King. The bewitching sect leader's body was trembling slightly. His expression was extremely ugly. He was roaring in his heart and was filled with killing intent. However, when he saw Wang Xian easily resisting Yao Xie, who was at the peak of the godly state, a hint of fear flashed across his eyes. The Dragon King was at the peak of the godly state. The strength of the entire Dragon Palace was already stronger than the flirtatious sect. That Dragon King is in existence at the peak of the godly state. The president of the Northern Expedition Trading Company, who was fighting with a peak of the godly state, swept his gaze over and immediately frowned. A dragon palace with a peak stage godly state expert was a completely different concept from a dragon palace without a peak stage godly state expert. With a peak stage expert in charge, even the Northern Expedition Trading Company had to attach great importance to it. Kill. Wang Xian let out a cold roar, and a cold, murderous aura spread out in all directions. This murderous aura was not only to face the demonic evil in front of him, but also to show off his strength to the Northern Expedition Trading Company and the demonic god sect. It also let them know that not everyone in the Dragon Palace could give orders. Roar, roar, roar. Yao Xie, who was at the peak of the godly state, stared at Wang Xian with her blood-red eyes. She waved her huge and ferocious claws and attacked him. Let's test my current strength too. Wang Xian smiled wantonly. He stared at Yao Xie's claws without any fear. He raised his right palm. Buzz. His entire right arm turned into a dragon claw that was more than 1,000 meters in size. Dragonation in the palm. He shouted softly. The 1,000-meter-sized claw instantly expanded to a size of 100,000 meters. It blotted out the sky and the sun, completely blotting out the sun. Even Yao Xie's terrifying figure appeared extremely tiny in front of Wang Xian's dragon claw. Boom! A palm strike struck down, and a terrifying vibration was emitted. The surrounding air currents surged violently. Under this terrifying force, the demonic evil was sent flying backward. It has been a long time since I used a Dharma idol like the Dragonation in my palm. It seems that as my strength has increased, my Dharma idol has also received a huge boost. Wang Xian smiled faintly. He was floating in mid-air with a dragon claw on his arm that was 100,000 meters long. He looked extremely tiny. However, he was floating in mid-air with his arm at the side. He looked extremely shocking. Hiss, this Dragon King's strength is so terrifying. What kind of claw is that? Lei Beichen and Lei Tianming, who had been watching this scene from the side, narrowed their eyes when they saw this scene. Their faces were filled with shock. So powerful. Even the leader of the enchanting god sect looked over with a grave expression. Roar. However, at this moment, a roar sounded from the last demon cave, causing the leader of the enchanting god sect to change his expression slightly. He hurriedly looked over, and when he saw another peak deity realm demonic beast appear, his expression changed slightly. A demon cave and a peak deity realm demonic beast. His gaze swept across the surroundings. Two peak of the godly state from the Northern Expedition Trading Company were fighting against the other two peak of the godly state demons. At this moment, he could only make his move. Feeling his weak body, he gritted his teeth and attacked the demon directly. Roar. In the air, the peak of the godly state demon that was sent flying by Wang Xian let out a ferocious roar as it swayed its huge tail slightly. His entire tail was exuding a terrifying demonic flame. Roar. He let out a furious roar and his tail grew longer. He swept his tail at Wang Xian. Bang! Wang Xian waved his dragon claw. The glow of the yin and yang poles on it flickered and collided with it again. Another dull collision sounded. A long bloody scar appeared on Wang Xian's dragon claw. Crack, crack. He clenched his dragon claw tightly and threw a punch. Boom. There was another collision. This time, the furious Yao Xie opened his huge mouth and bit on the dragon claw. Wang Xian's dragon claw was bleeding profusely. However, more than a dozen of Yao Xie's sharp teeth had been shaken off. The terrifying battle filled a radius of tens of millions of kilometers. Meteorites were shattered and fresh blood splattered everywhere. On the side, eternal thunderclaps, 5 thunder gods were fighting against 6 peak deity realm Yao Xie. The remaining few million disciples were fighting against the rest of Yao Xie. Compared to this side, their side was equally miserable. Although eternal thunderclaps' 2 to 3 million disciples maintained their formation to attack, they were still a few million fewer than the Northern Territory Alliance. Faced with 1 billion, or even 2 to 3 billion Yao Xie, people died every second. The Dragon Palace has long range, close range, defense, and support. They've lost so little on such a cruel battlefield. Moreover, the number of demons they've killed is increasing at a terrifying speed. In the future, the number of demons killed by the disciples of the Northern Expedition Trading Company might not even be as many as theirs. Lei Beichen and the others looked in the direction of the Dragon Palace, their faces full of embarrassment. The formation was complete, and the Dragon Palace, with its heaven-defying coordination, suffered little losses. They had killed many evildoers. This made them somewhat angry. The two of them working together were actually inferior to the Dragon Palace. Let's attack as well. Looking at the densely packed evildoers around them, Lei Beichen, Lei Tianming, and the others also entered the battlefield, wantonly slaughtering them. The roars continued, and corpses slowly floated in the air. There were demons and humans. In half an hour, the number of demons had decreased by 2/3. As for the Northern Territory Alliance and Eternal Thunderclap, they had lost at least 1/3 of their numbers. 7-element space, die. 1,000,000 meters above the Dragon Palace, the 5 elements millstone was suspended in the sky above Yaoxie. The poles of yin and yang were located below. After fighting for half an hour, a few wounds appeared on Wang Xian's body. At this moment, Wang Xian seized the opportunity to use the 7 luminary space. A sure kill move. Phew, it's finally over. He heaved a sigh of relief. All kinds of energy landed on Yaoxie and killed him completely. Die. On the other side, the president of the Northern Expedition Trading Company shouted. Sharp bamboos shot out from the bamboo hat on his head. The bamboos were extremely sharp. Hundreds of thousands of bamboos stabbed into the body of Yaoxie, who was at the peak of the godly state. He had also killed Yaoxie, who was at the peak of the godly state. When he heaved a sigh of relief, his eyes flickered when he saw that Wang Xian had killed Yaoxie even earlier than him. Come and help me. Help me. At this moment, the voice of the leader of the demonic faction suddenly rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Leader. When the God Realm experts and disciples of the seductive God sect saw the miserable state of their leader's body, their expressions changed slightly. On his body, 2 of his legs were completely cut off. He did not even have time to recover. He was only relying on his body to fight. Yaoxie in front of him was completely suppressing him. If this continued, he might die. Chapter 2138. 2138, 2138 Peak of the Godly State had fallen. There were 4 demon caves and 4 peak of the godly state Yaoxie. It would take a long time to kill the other party in a battle of the same peak of the godly state, unless there was a huge gap between the 2 of them in the same level, or the 2 of them would fight with their lives on the line at the very beginning. Other than that, it was normal for the battle to last for half an hour. Wang Xian and the president of the Northern Expedition Trading Company could kill Yaoxie of the same level within half an hour. They were considered to be the stronger ones among the same level. The Old Man of Light and the leader of the bewitching celestial sect were still fighting against Yaoxie. The Old Man of Light was still fine. He was not seriously injured when fighting against Yaoxie. However, the leader of the bewitching celestial sect was in a rather miserable state. Before he fought against that Yaoxie, he had already suffered a blow from Wang Xian. That blow had caused him to be severely injured. He could at most unleash 70% of his strength. Under such circumstances, he was immediately suppressed when he faced Yaoxie, who was at the peak of the godly state. Now, he was even more miserable. When he saw the president of the Northern Expedition Trading Company killing Yaoxie, he immediately cried out for help. Our sect leader was injured by the Dragon Palace before the battle. The situation is a little dangerous now. Damn it, it's all because of that Dragon King. If it wasn't for... Some of the charming divine sect's disciples and godly state experts saw this scene, and their expressions changed slightly. They growled in a low voice. Guild leader, please lend a hand. Lei Tianming saw the charming divine sect's sect leader in such a situation and immediately said to the guild leader of the Northern Expedition Trading Company with an embarrassed expression. The guild leader of the Northern Expedition Trading Company gently adjusted his bamboo hat and nodded his head slowly. All right, he shouted softly and was about to make his move. At this moment, Wang Xian, who was hovering above the members of the Dragon Palace, saw that the leader of the charming divine sect was in danger. He revealed a smile on his face. When he saw that the president of the Northern Expedition Chamber of Commerce was about to go forward to provide support, he narrowed his eyes slightly. A wave of cold air directly charged toward the president of the Northern Expedition Chamber of Commerce. The cold, murderous aura was not concealed at all. It was completely locked onto him. Boom. The president of the Northern Expedition Trading Company sensed this murderous aura. He was stunned and immediately turned around to look at Wang Xian. "What's wrong, Dragon King? Are you going to make an enemy out of our Northern Expedition Trading Company?" He stared at Wang Xian with a cold expression and asked in a sinister tone. Then what is the Dragon King going to do?" When some of the people around saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly. "How can that be? My Dragon Palace doesn't dare to be your enemy. Since you've killed a demonic beast, you should take a break. Let's both take a break too. Don't cause trouble for no reason," Wang Xian said to the guild leader of the Northern Expedition Trading Company with a smile on his face. The leader of the seductive divine gate had attracted the demonic beast, who was at the peak of the godly state, over. He wanted to cause trouble for the Dragon Palace. If Wang Xian's strength had not improved to 4 wisps of divine fire not long ago, the Dragon Palace might have been doomed this time. How could Wang Xian let him off just like that? The face of the president of the Northern Expedition Trading Company changed slightly. He stared at him coldly. Wang Xian stared at the president of the Northern Expedition Trading Company coldly as well. Once the other party made a move, he would make his move. He did not want to inflict serious injuries or even kill him. All he wanted was to pin him down. "Dragon King, this is a battlefield. It's a little too much for you to do this at this moment," the president of the Northern Expedition Trading Company said to Wang Xian indifferently. "Hee, why didn't you say it was a battlefield when you lured that demonic beast over just now?" Wang Xian stared at him coldly and gripped the dragon blood sword in his hand slightly. "Dragon King, how dare you? If you dare to stop the president of the Northern Expedition Trading Company from saving him, I will report this matter to our Lord Eternal Thunderbolt God. When the time comes, your Dragon Palace will be awaiting judgment." Lei Tianming shouted at Wang Xian with a ferocious expression when he saw that Wang Xian was actually stopping him. His words were filled with threats. "Judgment? Lei Tianming, you are not qualified to say such words. Everyone knows clearly that the leader of the flirtatious divine sect has ulterior motives just now. It is already good enough that we didn't kill him on the spot." Before Wang Xian could speak, Lei Dongxue flew to Wang Xian's side and spoke to Lei Tianming fearlessly. "I will bear the consequences of this matter," she added in the end, full of force. "Lei Dongxue, you..." Lei Tianming's expression changed slightly as he glared at him while gritting his teeth. "HMPH, don't think that I don't know what you and Lei Beichen are planning. You want to make the demonic beasts at the peak of the godly state to weaken the power of the Dragon Palace. You don't want me to obtain more merit points. Today, the Dragon Palace will stop the Northern Expedition Trading Company from making a move. What can you do to me?" Lei Dongxue raised his head slightly. You. Lei Tianming was a little flustered and exasperated, his body trembling. Lei Beichen also frowned. When the president of the Northern Expedition Trading Company saw the battle between the eternal shocking Thunder disciples, he remained silent. Once the Dragon King made a move to stop him, he wouldn't be able to help the leader of the enchanting divine sect. This Dragon King, they? The disciples of the enchanting divine sect trembled when they saw this scene. They looked extremely aggrieved. At the same time, the leader of the enchanting divine sect, who was fighting with Yao Xie, who was at the peak of the godly state, heard their conversation. He was distracted and was directly hit by Yao Xie. Yao Xie, who was at the peak of the godly state, pierced through his body with the tip of his sharp tail, causing him to let out a miserable cry. Everyone looked over at the same time, and their expressions changed drastically. This is bad. When Lei Tianming and the other disciples of the enchanting divine sect saw this situation, they were horrified. "Save me, President of the Chamber of Commerce," Save me. He shouted at the president of the Northern Expedition Chamber of Commerce. Boom. Wang Xian's body trembled as the five elements millstone appeared above his head. He stared in the direction of the president of the enchanting divine sect. You brought this upon yourself. You can't live, he said coldly as his gaze landed on the leader of the Northern Expedition Trading Company. Once he made his move, he would make his move as well. The leader of the Northern Expedition Trading Company stared at Wang Xian coldly without making a single move. Oh, die, 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 die. You shall die too. The leader of the enchanting gods sect, who was on the verge of death, had a ferocious look on his face as he fought against Yao Xie in front of him. It was a counterattack before his death. Roar, roar. The long spear landed in Yao Xie's eyes and pierced directly into his pupils, causing him to let out an angry roar. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Yao Xie, who was even crazier, clawed at the demonic god sect's sect master one by one. Gulp, gulp. Large mouthfuls of fresh blood were spat out from his mouth. Everyone looked at this scene in a daze. He had fallen. A peak deity realm expert had fallen. Sect leader, the disciple of the enchanting celestial sect, shouted loudly with a face full of horror. He, this demonic evil at the peak of the godly state. I shall make my move. Wang Xian was in a great mood when he saw the demise of the enchanting celestial sect's sect leader. He smiled and said to the president of the Northern Expedition Trading Company, "Stop, that demonic evil is ours." As soon as he finished his sentence, Lei Beichen, who was at the side, shouted sternly, "Dragon King, you're not bad." The president of the Northern Expedition Trading Company said coldly. He moved his body and charged towards that evil demon. That evil demon who was at the peak of the godly state had been severely injured. It was not difficult for him to kill it. He was already very satisfied that he was able to kill the leader of the bewitching celestial sect, Wang Xian. There was no competition. Chapter 2139. 2139 Eternal Thunderclap's Favoritism. Although I can only obtain half of the demonic beast's corpses, I will gain more if I kill more of them. The intense battle continued. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings to make sure that no more demonic beasts would come out from the demon lair. Then, he moved his body and charged toward the celestial-level demonic beasts. With his help, the pressure on the gods from the other factions was greatly reduced. They heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Wang Xian with some respect. The series of events just now had filled their hearts with respect towards the Dragon King. The leader of the enchanting god sect wanted to divert the trouble to the east so that the peak stage god-level demons could kill the disciples of the Dragon Palace. However, the Dragon King had taken them by surprise and attacked them directly, causing them to be seriously injured. Now that the leader of the seductive god sect had asked for help, the Dragon King had locked onto the president of the Northern Expedition Trading Company, making it impossible for him to save him. Each and every one of his methods caused them to be extremely terrified. However, his actions also caused some people to admire him. If the leader of the seductive god sect had not fallen, the Dragon Palace would have faced the revenge of the seductive god sect and the Northern Expedition Trading Company. Now that the seductive god sect's leader had fallen, the Northern Expedition Trading Company would have to consider if they wanted to deal with the Dragon King, especially the strength that the Dragon King had displayed now. He was no weaker than the president of the Northern Expedition Trading Company. Crack, crack, crack. Above the enchanting celestial sect, Lei Tianming clenched his fist tightly and let out a crisp sound. He stared at the Dragon King's figure with a ferocious expression. When he saw the Dragon King unleashing his might to kill the celestial-level demonic beasts, his body trembled slightly. The death of the enchanting celestial sect's leader was a huge loss to him. Time passed slowly, and the battle slowly entered its end. After Wang Xian had killed one celestial-level demonic evil, he swept his gaze across the surroundings and returned to the sky above the members of the Dragon Palace. Basically, there were no more demonic evil in front of the Dragon Palace. Dragon King, the Dragon Palace has killed more than 500 million demonic evil in total. There are close to 100 celestial-level demonic evil. which is the most among all the factions. Lei Dongxue said excitedly when he saw Wang Xian returning. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head faintly and revealed a satisfied smile. With so many demonic beasts' corpses, even if they could only obtain half of them, they would be able to increase the strength of the members of the Dragon Palace greatly. His gaze swept across the area below. The loss of the members of the Dragon Palace did not exceed 2,000. Among them, only 5 god-level members had died. 1/8 of the loss was nothing to the Dragon Palace. He looked around and saw that many forces had only lost half of their members. They had suffered heavy losses. This made the experts of many forces look gloomy. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the sound of flying came from the right. 700,000 to 800,000 people were flying toward them. The leaders were 4 old men. At this moment, their bodies were filled with blood. Some of the fresh blood was even on their battle armors. Their hair was disheveled, and they were filled with an austere and barbaric aura. They were the thunder god of eternal shocking thunder and his disciples. The difference was that there were only 4 of the 5 thunder gods. Out of the 2 to 3 million disciples, there were only 700,000 to 800,000. The losses were heavy and extremely tragic. Kill them all. One of the thunder gods glanced at the Northern Alliance's forces tiredly and asked indifferently, Lord Thunder God, it has been settled. Lei Beichen bowed and said to Thunder God, let's go back. Thunder God nodded and his eyes revealed a trace of satisfaction. Yaoxia's corpse had already been put away. After tidying it up, they immediately flew towards the Steel Planet. As for the Demon Cave, they did not continue to investigate, nor did they dare to offend them. When they came, there were 7 to 8 million people, but when they returned, only half of them were left. All of them looked extremely miserable. Some of them were flying while repairing their injuries. There were also some who were flying under the hostage of their companions. The Dragon Palace is still the strongest. They only lost more than 1,000 of their 15,000 or so members. The disciples of the Dragon Palace are too powerful, and their attacks and defenses are well trained. The Dragon King is still the strongest. The Dragon Palace should have killed the most demons, and the demonic god sect suffered the biggest loss this time. Some people looked in the direction of the Dragon Palace and whispered, "It would be great if we could join the Dragon Palace." Some people even had the idea of joining the Dragon Palace. Only the members of the Charming God sect looked extremely embarrassed. The death of the peak stage Godly Realm sect master meant that their faction would be reduced by 1 level. They flew very fast and didn't encounter any sneak attacks from Yaoxier along the way. This battle could be considered a victory. Lei Beichen, Lei Tianming, take them to rest. They don't need to guard the position of the stronghold for the time being. A thunder god said as he swept his gaze across the forces of the Northern Alliance. Yes, Lei Beichen and the rest nodded. Lord Thunder God, I have something to report. At this moment, Lei Tianming suddenly flew forward, cupped his hands and said, "Oh, what is it?" Thunder God looked at Lei Tianming and asked, "Lord Thunder God, I want to sue that Dragon King." During the battle, if it wasn't for him holding back the president of the Northern Expedition Trading Company, the leader of the Charming God sect wouldn't have died. A peak godly state expert wouldn't have died. Lei Tianming still reported to Thunder God unwillingly. Is that true? Thunder God frowned slightly and asked faintly. Lord Thunder God, it was the leader of the Charming God sect who led the peak godly state Yaoxia to harm the Dragon Palace. That's why the Dragon King made a move. Lei Dongxue frowned and stared at Lei Tianming. He immediately went forward and said coldly, "Hee, the Dragon King of the Dragon Palace has the strength of the peak of the godly state. Why would he harm the Dragon Palace? He was clearly hiding his strength on purpose to fish in troubled waters." Lei Tianming immediately replied in a stern voice. I agree with Lei Tianming. This Dragon King is unscrupulous. The Tianyang Divine Dynasty was destroyed by them when they were fighting against the evil spirits. They are a scourge. Lei Tianxing saw this situation and immediately went forward to complain to Wang Xian. His face was filled with coldness. If it wasn't for the Dragon King, he wouldn't have received so little merit points. It was all because of the Dragon King. Lord Thunder God, please make a decision for our enchanting celestial sect. The disciples of the enchanting celestial sect also rushed to the thousands. They glanced at Wang Xian with grief and indignation and shouted loudly. This? Everyone was slightly shocked when they saw this sudden scene. They looked at it in astonishment. Watch your words. You guys are not on the same level as me. Even if you have a strong background, you still have to consider it. Wang Xian's face turned cold when he saw Eternal Thunderclap, a young man with 4 wisps of divine fire, and a young man with 3 wisps of divine fire actually dared to let the Thunder God judge him. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he said coldly. Lei Tianming and Lei Tianqing's expressions changed slightly. They turned their heads and stared at Wang Xian intently. The other 4 Thunder Gods also looked over and raised their eyebrows slightly. Our Dragon Palace has killed the most evil demons among all the forces. If someone wants to die, I will naturally grant them their wish. Wang Xian met the gazes of the 4 Thunder Gods and said faintly, Chapter 2140 2140 in the final battle of 2140. The 4 Thunder Gods obviously didn't expect him to be so powerful. They stared at Wang Xian with sparkling eyes. All the surrounding forces were slightly shocked as they stared at Wang Xian. No matter what, we will deduct 20% of the demonic corpses of the demonic god sect and 20% of the demonic corpses of the Dragon Palace during the internal strife on the battlefield. It's settled then. One of the Thunder Gods stared at Wang Xian and said coldly, What? Wang Xian's expression changed slightly when he heard his words. Based on what? He took a step forward and questioned the Thunder God with a gloomy expression. Based on the fact that we are the eternal thunderclap and based on the fact that we are the Thunder God, is that enough? The Thunder God replied with a cold expression when he heard Wang Xian's question. The 4 Thunder Gods looked down at Wang Xian with disdain in their eyes. Wang Xian's face darkened as his eyes flashed with a cold glint. Dragon King, forget it. When Lei Dongxue saw this scene, he quickly walked up to Wang Xian and said, Let's go. He took a deep look at the 4 Thunder Gods, Lei Tian, and the rest of the Eternal Thunderclap before he turned around and left. Lord Thunder God, I'll wait for the Dragon King to apologize to all of you. The Dragon King is a little arrogant. Lei Dongshue's heart was filled with bitterness when he saw Wang Xian leaving with the disciples of the Dragon Palace. He quickly spoke to the 4 Thunder Gods. This Dragon King is really arrogant. One of the Thunder Gods narrowed his eyes. His eyes were filled with coldness. Hee. The other 3 Thunder Gods smiled coldly. Apparently, they had a lot of opinions about the Dragon King. Go. He will regret it. One of the Thunder Gods said faintly and turned to leave. The attention that they paid to the Dragon Palace at the beginning had completely disappeared at this moment. This Dragon King is so tough. He even dares to be so rude to the Thunder Gods. The 4 Thunder Gods have opinions about him. This Dragon King is a bit reckless. Some people whispered to each other when they saw the Thunder Gods and the Dragon King leaving. With this Dragon King's character, I don't know how he managed to live for so long. The Bright Elder from the Northern Expedition Trading Company stared at Wang Xian's figure and said faintly, Perhaps it's because we haven't encountered any powerful opponents who dared to do this to the Thunder Gods of Eternal Shock. Let's not provoke this reckless man for the time being. The guild leader of the Northern Expedition Trading Company said indifferently as he turned around and left. Don't think that just because you have some strength that you dare to be arrogant. Dragon King, why don't you take a look at what this place is like? Lei Tianming clenched his fists tightly as he flew towards the interior of the steel planet with a face full of fury. Lei Tianming is really angry. He might use his grandfather's power. Lei Beichen looked over, and his eyes sparkled. He gestured to the Northern Expedition Trading Company and led them away. Dragon King, don't be angry. Eternal Shocking Thunder is very strong. Our Dragon Palace is far inferior to him. In the lounge behind the Steel City wall, Lei Dongxue caught up with Wang Xian and said worriedly, I know. Wang Xian had already suppressed the anger in his heart and nodded his head. How many thunder gods are there currently in eternal shocking thunder? However, he was very unwilling to give up just like that. One sentence was enough to deprive the Dragon Palace of 20% of the demonic corpses. That was a huge number. Dragon King, there are currently 15 thunder gods in eternal shocking thunder. This is also because 7 to 8 of the demonic invasion seeds have fallen. The number of gods with 9 wisps of divine fire has reached more than 30. Lei Dongxue said to Wang Xian. So many. Wang Xian frowned slightly. As expected of the overlord of the northern region, one of the 5 great gods of the boundless starfield. When my strength increases, I will definitely make eternal thunderclap pay 10 times the price. Wang Xian mumbled. Bring over all the demonic corpses that we can get now. Wang Xian raised his head and instructed Lei Dongxue. It's the Dragon King, Dragon King. All the demonic corpses killed by the Dragon Palace belong to my merit points. With the number of demonic corpses killed by the Dragon Palace, the merit points should be enough for me to exchange for a demonic corpse at the peak of the godly state. Lei Dongxue suddenly said, Oh, is that so? If it doesn't affect me, I'll exchange for it. Oh, right. I have a few Thunder God beads here, as well as the divine artifacts and formations that I obtained from the Yu Huatian divine sect. Think of a way to exchange for some demonic corpses with the Thunder God beads. Wang Xian had an idea. He took out the Thunder God beads and some treasures that he obtained from killing the eternal thunderclap expert at the energy tide. The value of these treasures was very high. They were comparable to the corpses of demonic beasts at the peak of the godly state. There shouldn't be too much of a problem. Dragon King, wait for my good news. Lei Dongxue nodded her head. She was already a godly state expert with 3 wisps of divine fire. Coupled with her special identity, she was able to obtain some demonic corpses. Wang Xian looked at her leaving figure with a satisfied expression. It seemed that it was not a waste to consume a soul-returning embryo. 2 days later, Lei Dongxue obtained 1 demonic corpse at the peak of the godly state, 5 demonic corpses with 9 wisps of divine fire, and more than 10 demonic corpses with 7 or 8 wisps of divine fire. Upon seeing these demonic corpses, Wang Xian's face lit up. These corpses were enough for the Dragon Palace to add 2 members who could match the combat strength of 9 wisps of divine fire and 1 member at the peak of the godly state. An additional member who is at the peak of the godly state. Although the Dragon Palace is still weak, at the very least, they won't be afraid of the Northern Expedition Trading Company. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately summoned the Dragon Palace of the Divine Kingdom. He began to increase the strength of the members of the Dragon Palace to prepare for the next phase. 10 days passed slowly. The Steel Planet was peaceful. However, under this tranquility, everyone could feel the difference in the atmosphere. It was like the tranquility before a storm. It was as if a more powerful battle was brewing. Buzz. Greetings, Master God. At this moment, in a command center in the center of the Steel City Wall, 9 experts at the peak of the godly state were half kneeling on the ground. They were bowing to the phantom in front of them with respect and even fervor. The phantom was formed by lightning, and it contained a terrifying pressure. Even though it was just a phantom, it still emitted a power that could make peak God realm experts tremble in fear. We've already investigated the nest of the demon dragon that summoned Yao Xie. Mobilize all the forces on the Steel Planet to go to the nest of the demon lair. The phantom of the Thunder God Lord ordered them indifferently. Lord God Lord, the strength of that demon dragon. I'm afraid that The 9 Thunder Gods were slightly shocked as they said hesitantly. I've left Law Lightning in his body. When you guys go over, I'll use all my law power so that he won't be able to use any of his strength. At that time, you only need to kill 8 or 9 Peak God Realm Yao Xie around him, and you'll be able to easily get rid of him. There are 12 Peak God Realm experts on the Steel Planet. I'll send 2 more. After this success, I'll make those 3 Peak God Realm experts from the Northern Alliance Thunder Gods. The Thunder God Lord's Phantom ordered them. Yes, Lord God Lord. We'll definitely complete the mission. The 9 Thunder Gods replied with determination. Chapter 2141. 2141, 2141's final battle. Voila! In the command room, the Thunder God Lord's shadow slowly dissipated after the order was given. The 9 Thunder Gods looked at each other and slowly stood up. Looks like the Lord God Lord's injuries aren't light. A bald Thunder God muttered. Don't make wild guesses about the Lord God Lord. Now we need to prepare for the next attack. The white-haired Thunder God in the middle glanced at the bald old man and said indifferently, as long as the God Lord can suppress that devil dragon, we can easily kill the 7 or 8 peak stage God Realm demons around him. TSK. I just didn't expect that the God Lord would actually confer the title of Thunder God on that peak stage God Realm expert of the Northern Territory Alliance. This operation is still very dangerous. It's very likely to cause huge casualties again. If there are no benefits, they definitely won't do it. Moreover, our eternal thunderclap has suffered such a huge loss this time. At the very least, we need some fresh blood to replenish it. That Northern Expedition Trading Company and that Dragon King will really benefit from it. The few Thunder Gods said indifferently. That Dragon King is a little arrogant. Suddenly, an old man opened his mouth and said, his eyes flashing with an ice-cold expression, he is a little arrogant. Last time, he didn't even give face to the 4 of us. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he was slightly stunned for 2 seconds before an old man nodded his head. Pass down the order first. We will set off in 10 hours. The white-haired old man in the middle ended the topic. It's the Great Elder. The rest of the Thunder Gods nodded their heads and immediately went out to pass down the order. Dragon King, there's a new operation. This time, it's an order personally given by the Thunder God. 5 minutes later, in the cultivation room where the Dragon Palace was located, Lei Dongxue came in and spoke to Wang Xian. What order? He stood up and asked. Attack Yaoxia's lair in the demon lair and kill the demonic dragon that summoned Yaoxia. This time, Eternal Shocking Thunder will send out 11 experts at the peak of the godly state, as well as a group of forces from the Northern Region Alliance. Furthermore, the Lord of Shocking Thunder has promised that when he returns, the 3 of you will be conferred the title of Thunder God. Lei Dongxue said. Attack the nest of the demons in the demon lair? Confer the title of Thunder God? Wang Xian was slightly stunned. There was a look of astonishment and solemnity on his face. Is the danger this time high? Wang Xian asked with a slight frown. Since the Thunder God Lord has sent 11 Thunder Gods, he should be very confident. We will set off in 10 hours. Lei Dongxue pondered. Shall we attack the lair? Wang Xian was deep in thought as he thought of the so-called Devil Dragon. I could still sense the Son of Heaven of the Devil Dragon and the Son of Heaven of the Earth God at the beginning. However, I can't sense them anymore. Did they discover something? However, only the Dragon Soul can support the Dragon Body. Is the Devil Dragon in the lair of the Devil Dragon, the Son of Heaven of the Devil Dragon? He mumbled to himself. There were some doubts in his heart. After calming his heart and sensing, he could only feel a vague feeling. All forces prepare to set off. 10 hours later, Wang Xian led more than 13,000 members of the Dragon Palace to the stronghold of the Steel City Wall. In the surrounding area, there were many powerful legions standing on the Steel City Wall. They were filled with a strong fighting spirit. Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, Vice President of the Northern Expedition Trading Company, come here. At the center, 11 majestic figures were floating in the air. They shouted softly at Wang Xian and the rest. Wang Xian looked over. His body moved, and he immediately flew to the side of the 11 Thunder Gods. When they saw them flying over, the 11 Thunder Gods locked their gazes on them. After returning from this expedition, the Lord God has announced that you will be conferred the title of Thunder God. I hope that your performance will not disappoint the Lord God. The white-haired old man in the middle looked at the 3 of them and said, Don't worry, Great Elder. We will definitely not disappoint the Lord God of Thunder. The president and vice president of the Northern Expedition Trading Company were obviously very excited as they spoke with a heated expression. Wang Xian cupped his hands slightly at the side and didn't say anything. His performance caught the attention of the 11 thunder gods. They raised their eyebrows slightly. When the time comes, anyone and any force will listen to our orders. If they dare to resist or disobey, they will be killed on the spot. The white-haired thunder god looked at Wang Xian and reminded him lightly. Yes, our dragon palace will definitely listen to our orders. Wang Xian cupped his hands and said expressionlessly, All right, let's go. The white-haired thunder god didn't say anything. He looked at a thunder god at the side and ordered, Let's go. Rumble. The thunder god roared loudly, and a rumbling sound rang out. Wang Xian looked at the steel city wall beneath him and revealed an astonished expression. The entire steel city wall with a circumference of more than 1,000 kilometers slowly flew towards the void. Furthermore, the speed of the steel city wall was getting faster and faster. One by one, surging formations enveloped it, increasing its speed by another level. As expected of eternal shocking thunder, Wang Xian thought to himself. He swept his gaze behind him and realized that other than the 2 to 3 million disciples of the Northern Territory Alliance, eternal shocking thunder had gathered around 5 million disciples this time. All of them were the elites of eternal shocking thunder. He even saw a small-scale individual army with about 20,000 people. However, their strength was comparable to the Dragon Palace. The strength of their foundation was astounding. That damned eternal shocking thunder. They are here. However, at this moment, in the vast void, 3 planets were suspended in the starry sky. On the planet in the middle, a huge object was entrenched on a mountain peak. Behind him, there was an incomparably huge demon cave. The demon cave was like an abyss, bottomless. And to his left and right, there were many demonic beasts that were tens of thousands of meters tall. Each of these demonic beasts contained a thick, bloody stench. Their blood-red eyes stared in all directions, guarding the demon dragon in the center. In front of the demon dragon, there was a communication stone plate. He stared at the information on it, and his eyes were filled with brutality. That lightning of law is like gangrene that attaches to bones. It could take my life at any time. Eternal God Lord, as expected of the Eternal God Lord. But you'd better not force me. He spat out blood, his entire body filled with murderous intent. After hesitating, he moved and directly entered the demon cave behind him. He went all the way to the deepest part of the demon cave. In the deepest part, there was an enormous futon, and a person sat cross-legged on it. He couldn't be called a person. He had a pitch-black dragon horn and half a dragon tail, and he looked a bit strange. Half of him was a dragon and half of him was a person. That country bumpkin is right. The dragon soul is a bit strange. My original body suppressed half of the dragon soul. If I have to, I can only accept this hidden danger. The devil dragon son of heaven stared at his previous human body, and his huge dragon eyes were shining. Roar, when I become the eternal Lord, I will destroy the eternal thunder. Chapter 2142. 2142. You are the fish meat, we are the meat on the chopping block. Roar, roar, roar. In the void of the starry sky, when an angry roar sounded from the huge demon cave, earth-shattering roars sounded from the 3 planets in the surroundings. Within a radius of tens of millions of kilometers, or even hundreds of millions of kilometers, everything could be heard clearly. No creatures dared to approach this area. After the roars, the sounds gradually died down. The planets on the left and right suddenly moved slowly. They were getting farther and farther away from the central planet, forming a semi-encirclement. Black lines connected the 3 planets. The rolling demonic aura suddenly rose into the air and completely covered the entire area. Looking from afar, one could vaguely see blood-red eyes that were emitting a devouring luster. In the distant starry sky, a huge steel city wall that was over 1,000 kilometers long was traveling in the void at a terrifying speed. The steel city wall was like a spaceship from a sci-fi novel. Looking from afar, it was even more shocking than a spaceship. With the speed of the steel city wall, we can reach the lair of the demon lair in more than 30 hours. When that time comes, there will be a huge battle. Lei Dongxue stood beside Wang Xian and whispered to him, the Thunder God Lord has sent so many elites. He should be very confident. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the surroundings and nodded his head faintly. Lei Dongxue is too close to the Dragon King. I heard that Lei Dongxue has spent all his merit points to exchange for a demonic corpse at the peak of the godly state in the past few days. This demonic corpse isn't of much use to her. It's definitely something that the Dragon Palace needs. At a location dozens of kilometers away, Lei Tianming saw Lei Dongxue talking to Wang Xian and said with an embarrassed expression, "It should be something that the Dragon Palace needs." According to the information I got, Lei Dongxue said that she wants to obtain some treasures from the Dragon King. I'm not sure if it's true or not. Lei Beichen's eyes flickered. That's very possible. There's another possibility. Lei Dongxue, who has always looked down on men, has taken a liking to the Dragon King. That's also possible. Lei Tiansheng, who was beside him, said this on purpose to slander Lei Dongxue. The other youths beside him laughed. After coming back this time, the Dragon King will be our Lord Thunder God. Lei Dongxue being able to hook up with a Thunder God is the best investment. Lei Beichen said expressionlessly. Humph, that's only because he can come back. Lei Tianming growled with a gloomy face. The surrounding youths looked at him with a trace of surprise in their eyes. 30 hours was not a long time. As time approached, everyone on the Steel City wall became more and more nervous. This battle was destined to be extremely tragic. No one knew if they could survive. We're almost there. More than 30 hours later, a thunder god who was standing in the center stared ahead with a solemn expression. He let out a soft shout and entered everyone's ears. Walala! At this moment, everyone held their weapons tightly and stared ahead. In the void in front of them, where the light shone, monstrous demonic chi covered the sky. That incomparably huge area covered an unknown number of hundreds of millions of kilometers. The 3 planets were completely hidden within. Everyone could feel that there was an incomparably terrifying killing intent contained within. The Steel City walls slowed down, and the 11 thunder gods revealed solemn expressions. The half-curved demonic chi, could it be that it wants to surround us all here? The white-haired thunder god in the middle looked ahead, his face filled with solemnity. According to the Lord God, there are only 7 or 8 demonic beasts at the peak of the godly state here. As long as the Lord God can restrain that demonic dragon, we have nothing to fear. A thunder god said in a deep voice, "Believe in the Lord God. Let's go." Continue to advance on the Steel City wall. The white-haired thunder god shouted softly and ordered loudly. All right, Vice President of the Northern Expedition Trading Company and Dragon King of the Dragon Palace, gather here. All the other disciples, get ready. A thunder god shouted loudly. His voice was heard by everyone. Wang Xian looked over and moved to the center. The Steel City wall proceeded forward and slowly entered the center of the half-curved demonic aura. Dragon King, order the members of your Dragon Palace to hover in the center. All members of the Eternal Army, hover in the center. The white-haired elder ordered Wang Xian and the core army of the 20,000 members. Wang Xian frowned slightly. The members of the Dragon Palace were in the center, which meant that they would be subjected to the strongest attack from Yaoxia. All right. However, the Dragon Palace didn't have the strength to defy him at this moment. He nodded and immediately called all the members of the Dragon Palace over. Wang Xian moved and stood in front of the disciples of the Dragon Palace. Beside him was an elite army that was no weaker than the Dragon Palace. A bald thunder god stood at the front. When he saw Wang Xian looking over, he smiled coldly. Activate the war machines on the Steel City wall. Attack when you are 1,000,000 kilometers away. The white-haired elder continued to issue orders. The Steel City wall moved forward slowly. Numerous experts and disciples were floating in the air and scattered around. The center of the Dragon Palace and the Eternal Army spread to both sides. Hua hua hua. When the Steel City wall was 100 kilometers away from the demonic chi, a 1,000-meter-wide cannon barrel stretched out from it. Buzz, 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 buzz. With a quiver, a white light directly rushed forward from a cannon barrel in the center. After that sound, 1,000 beams of white light shot into the darkness in front of them. Boom, 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 boom. A terrifying collision sounded, but the miserable shrieks that they had expected did not come. When the white light landed in the darkness, it was blocked by the boundless darkness. Everyone's expression changed slightly. The obliteration light cannon is completely useless. The white-haired thunder god's expression darkened. The Dragon Palace and Eternal Army are in the middle. The rest of the disciples are on both sides. Prepare to attack. The white-haired thunder god ordered loudly. Yes. The experts from Eternal Army nodded immediately. They held the weapons in their hands tightly and flew forward slowly. Wang Xian did not speak. The 5 elements millstone appeared above his head. The poles of yin and yang were suspended beneath him. Furthermore, he enveloped all the disciples of the Dragon Palace within it. In the center of the Dragon Palace, the branches beneath Ao Xingmu were floating slowly. His strength had been elevated to 7 wisps of divine fire a few days ago. No one knew about Ao Xingmu's elevation. 7 to 8 million disciples were lined up on both sides, advancing slowly. 90 kilometers, 80 kilometers, 70 kilometers. The distance was getting closer and closer, and the bloody smell coming from the darkness was getting thicker and thicker. And they were also approaching the half-arc-shaped dark area. Roar! At this moment, an earth-shaking roar came from the darkness. The half-arc-shaped darkness was expanding at a terrifying speed. Before anyone could react, the 7 to 8 million soldiers were surrounded. Oh no! At this moment, everyone's expression changed slightly. Chapter 2143 2143 2143 You are the fish meat, and we are the meat on the chopping block. These demonic beasts knew that we would come to attack. They have already made preparations. Ambush. We have been ambushed by demonic beasts. This is bad. The half-arc-shaped darkness expanded and enveloped everyone within. Some of the disciples revealed looks of panic on their faces. They nervously scanned their surroundings. In the sky, the 11 thunder gods scanned their surroundings. There was not much worry on their faces. Being discovered by Yao Xie in advance was within their expectations. The white-haired thunder god in the middle stared fixedly at the darkness in front of him. His eyes sparkled. In his hand, there was a special thunder pearl. Don't panic. Today, Yao Xie will be exterminated. That devil dragon will die. He quietly stared inside, his face filled with a cold expression as he shouted at everyone. Jie Jie Jie, you want to kill me? Even if your eternal god Lord Jinglei, that dog, arrives, he still won't be able to kill me. Last time, I still heavily injured him. I still escaped from his hands. Just as the white-haired thunder god finished speaking, an extremely arrogant and controlling voice came from the darkness. In the next moment, everyone saw countless blood-red eyes emerging from the darkness. Those countless blood-red eyes made one's scalp tingle from afar. The faces of all the disciples of the Northern Alliance of Eternal Shocking Thunder were filled with solemnity. Demon Dragon? Wang Xian looked ahead. In the middle of the darkness, an incomparably huge eye slowly appeared. Following that, a head that was about 1,000 meters in size popped out from it. The head was pitch black, exuding an incomparably violent aura. Staring at the head, it gave off an imposing feeling. This is? That devil dragon? What big words! This is the devil dragon that injured our thunder god lord. Wasn't this devil dragon heavily injured by our god lord? Why does it still look so terrifying? Seeing the head of the demon dragon poking out, everybody was shocked. Especially the arrogant words of the demon dragon, who dared to call the thunder god lord a dog. It was the only one in the entire Endless Star area. Looking at the demon dragon, everybody was terrified. Since we are here, we will take your head today. The white-haired thunder god stared at the devil dragon and said coldly, "Roar, roar, roar. It seems that my sons will be able to have a good meal today." When the devil dragon heard the white-haired thunder god's words, a trace of coldness flashed in its eyes. It roared loudly, "Roar, roar, roar." After the dragon's roar ended, countless demonic beasts in the surroundings let out a furious roar. They slowly stretched out their bodies. Billions of demonic beasts stretched out their bodies. Beside him, there were 4 peak god realm demonic beasts. Each of them was around 10,000 meters in size. On both sides of them, there were 4 peak god realm demonic beasts. Their blood-red eyes were locked on all of them. There were 7 to 800 peak god realm demonic beasts. They were extremely terrifying. "Bastard, you will soon know the consequences of offending us, eternal thunderclap." The white-haired old man shouted sternly, and the lightning pearl in his hand moved slightly. A ray of light directly entered the lightning pearl, and the entire lightning pearl trembled slightly. "Everyone, get ready to kill this group of beasts." The white-haired old man held the trembling lightning pearl, and his face was filled with an icy cold smile. "Yes." All the disciples of eternal shocking thunder immediately responded loudly. "First Elder, that devil dragon was able to injure the Lord God. Now, it doesn't seem to be injured in the slightest." The bright elder from the Northern Expedition Chamber of Commerce looked at the devil dragon with monstrous devil flames in front of him and frowned slightly. To be able to injure the Lord God, even if all the peak stage God realm experts joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for it. Not to mention that there were 8 peak stage God realm experts around Yaoxia. "Just watch." The white-haired thunder god smiled faintly and stared coldly at the devil dragon. "Kiki, that bastard Jinglei didn't come, yet you still have the confidence to kill me." The devil dragon looked at the confident white-haired old man, his dragon eyes shining. "Even if the Lord God didn't come, he could still easily suppress you." The white-haired thunder god slightly raised his head and coldly said, "Have you arrived? Beast, prepare to die." At the same time, in the distant eternal thunder, eternal divine kingdom, Thunder God Lord, whose entire body was covered in purple lightning, sat cross-legged on a thunder mountain. In the sky above him, an incomparably mystical lightning talisman flickered with a resplendent luster. Streaks of purple lightning entered Thunder God Lord's body, and the law lightning in his pupils flickered. He stood proudly within the lightning, as mighty as a prison. "Rampage!" he growled, and the lightning talisman in the sky began to flicker. "Ah, law lightning, law lightning." And at this time, in the Devil Den's demonic battlefield, the devil dragon with an incomparably huge body and a dignified face suddenly let out a miserable cry. Streaks of purple lightning suddenly appeared on his body. The power of lightning wrapped around his entire body, causing him to let out a painful roar. The devil dragon twisted his body with a ferocious expression, and his eyes turned blood red. "Beast, you are already a fish meat, and we are the butcher's meat. Accept our eternal thunder's judgment." The white-haired thunder god looked excited when he saw this. The Thunder God Lord has already made his move and destroyed these beasts. He swept his gaze around and immediately roared loudly. "Dragon Palace, Eternal Army, attack! Take the head of that beast." The white-haired thunder god gave one order after another. "Kill, kill." It turns out that our Lord God Lord has already made a perfect plan. Kill this beast and destroy all the evildoers. Kill. Everyone looked extremely excited when they saw this scene. One of the thunder gods in front of the Eternal Army moved and led the experts of the Eternal Army to attack. When Wang Xian heard the order, he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he stared at the demonic dragon, feeling a little strange. He was already certain that this demonic dragon was the demonic dragon son of heaven, who had obtained the dragon soul. However, he suppressed the dragon soul in a very strange way. Now, he realized that his senses towards the dragon soul were getting stronger and stronger. The countless demons in the surroundings did not react at all when they saw eternal shocking thunder and the other experts attacking them. All the disciples were surprised, but did not think too much at the same time. They continued to move forward. Die! The thunder god in front of the eternal army held the thunder spear in his hand and threw it directly at the demonic dragon. Dragon King, attack immediately. The white-haired thunder god frowned slightly when he saw that Wang Xian and the members of the Dragon Palace did not move. He shouted coldly again. However, Wang Xian still ignored him. He stared at the demonic dragon with a flickering gaze. I'm a piece of meat? You bunch of ants are the meat that I can kill easily. The Eternal Legion charged forward under the lead of the thunder god. However, when they were about 40 kilometers away from the demon dragon, it suddenly raised its head and the purple lightning on its body instantly disappeared. Its face was filled with recklessness. Chapter 2144. 2144. You are the fish meat. We are the meat on the chopping block. Kiki, the thunder of laws. That bastard thunder thinks that the thunder of laws can suppress me? Go to hell. All of you must stay here today. When the purple lightning on the demon dragon's body disappeared, his face was filled with a brutal expression. At the same time, the body in the deepest part of the planet behind him was instantly covered by the purple lightning. The body under the purple lightning slowly collapsed. The original body of the demon dragon had completely disappeared. Today, he only had one body, the body of the demon dragon. The body of the divine dragon. Is he dead? Well done. When the body in the demon cave collapsed and its life force completely disappeared, the towering figure in the eternal divine realm revealed a smile. A beast still wants to make an enemy out of me. He deserves to die, he muttered, his face filled with arrogance and coldness. He closed his eyes slightly, recovering from the huge consumption just now. Tyrannical dragon claw. What the Thunder God Lord didn't know was that at this moment, the devil dragon's face was filled with brutality as it extended its devil dragon claw, directly attacking the eternal army and the thunder god who was charging towards him. The sudden change caused the expressions of everyone in eternal shock to change drastically. When the thunder god who had thrown out the thunder spear saw the devil dragon, his expression changed drastically. What's going on? Wasn't the devil dragon suppressed by our God Lord? How is this possible? His expression changed drastically. Pong! At this moment, he saw that the thunder spear he had thrown out had been shot down, and the terrifying devil dragon claws were attacking them. Not good, Eternal Legion, retreat. Sensing the terrifying attack of the devil dragon, the thunder god's expression changed drastically, and he immediately roared out. Isn't the devil dragon being suppressed by our God Lord? This thought appeared in everyone's minds. Seeing the incoming dragon claw, their expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly dodged to the side. Hong! The huge dragon claw landed on the thunder god's body. Numerous densely packed and terrifying lightning bolts tore towards the tyrannical dragon claw. When the lightning bolts landed on it, they did not stop the dragon claw's attack. When the terrifying dragon claw landed on his body, a feeling like a meteorite collision instantly landed on his body. Poo poo poo. The thunder god felt as if his entire body was falling apart, and his face instantly turned extremely pale. No, as expected of the devil dragon that was able to injure the Lord God. The gap is too big. His body flew downwards at a terrifying speed, instantly sustaining heavy injuries. The dragon claw continued to attack forward. Several thousand experts of the Eternal Legion were unable to dodge in time, and all the members that were struck by the dragon claw died instantly. What's going on? Why isn't the devil dragon suppressed by the Lord God? The white-haired thunder god's expression changed slightly when he saw this. Not good. That devil dragon is so powerful. Wasn't he suppressed by the Lord God? The Lord God wasn't able to suppress it. It's bad. When all the disciples saw this scene, their bodies were instantly filled with terror. Jejejia, surround them all. A single dragon claw killed 3,000 to 4,000 experts from the Eternal Army and heavily injured a peak deity. The demonic dragon laughed sinisterly and immediately ordered all of Yao Xie. Roar, roar, roar. All of Yao Xie let out a roar. The four-peaked deity realm Yao Xie around him instantly teleported behind them and blocked the path behind them. At this moment, everyone's expression changed slightly. They were in big trouble. How could they deal with a demonic dragon that could injure their godlord? A peak stage god-level demonic dragon, and 8 peak stage god-level demonic beasts with billions of demonic beasts. They couldn't fight this battle at all. They could only flee. Hee hee hee. The demonic dragon laughed mockingly when he saw this scene. He swayed his huge body and slowly flew forward. A pair of cold and mocking eyes swept across everyone. Something happened. At this moment, the white-haired old man's expression changed, and a trace of embarrassment appeared in his eyes. He didn't understand why the Lord God didn't suppress the demon dragon. But he knew that they were in trouble. If things went wrong, they might even be completely annihilated. Hua hua hua. One by one, Thunder God and 7 to 8 million disciples slowly approached each other, their foreheads covered in cold sweat. First Elder, this demon dragon is so powerful. Does Lord Godlord have any other methods? At this moment, the president and vice president of the Northern Expedition Trading Company were also slightly flustered. This was a demon dragon that could injure a godlord. If they continued to fight, they had no chance of winning. The thunder god that was heavily injured by one move was a good example. They looked at the devil dragon that was taunting them in front of them with some fear. That devil dragon's taunting expression was completely treating them as prey. Moreover, it looked like the other party was going to taunt them, but he was going to kill them. I don't know what's going on either. Damn it, this devil dragon isn't something we can fight against. In addition, there are 8 peak deity realm demonic beasts. Run. We can only run. Cold sweat appeared on the white-haired thunder god's forehead as he gripped the scepter in his hand tightly. Prepare to break out. He growled and stared at the demon dragon in front of him. Run? Since you're here, why are you still thinking of escaping? Hee hee hee. Do you really think that you can escape today? The demon dragon stared at them coldly and raised its head slightly. Someone has to hold this devil dragon back so that we can have a chance to escape. The white-haired, middle-aged man's expression sank when he saw the devil dragon and transmitted his voice to the people beside him. Hold the devil dragon back? This is no different from throwing away our lives. The expressions of the thunder gods also changed slightly. Lao Yuan, you only have a few decades left to live. Come, if we can survive, we will help take care of your descendants. The white-haired thunder god looked at a pale thunder god and said in a deep voice, Okay, but I might not be able to hold them off by myself. The thunder god named Lao Yuan trembled, gritted his teeth, and nodded. First Elder, the Dragon King and everyone from the Dragon Palace should be able to. A thunder god said with a twinkle in his eyes. Yes, Dragon King. You will lead the Dragon Palace and Thunder God to fight against that devil dragon. The white-haired elder looked at the Thunder God. The other Thunder Gods around him nodded in agreement. He looked at Wang Xian and shouted, Huh. Wang Xian was slightly stunned when he heard the order from the Great Elder of Eternal Shock. What? Before Wang Xian could speak, Lei Dongxue, who was beside him, let out a cry of surprise. His face instantly turned ugly. Dragon King, right? Lead your men. Let's go and fight against that demonic dragon. The god of thunder, who was known as the distant god of thunder, looked at Wang Xian. His face revealed his determination to die as he spoke coldly. You want our dragon palace to die? Wang Xian's eyes flickered as he spoke with a solemn face. Chapter 2145. 2145, 2145 paid his respects to the Dragon King. You want our dragon palace to die? Wang Xian stared at the group of thunder gods with eternal shock. His face was extremely cold and his eyes were sparkling. This is an order. The order to attack just now is for your dragon palace to remain motionless. If you dare to disobey this time, we will kill you immediately. The white-haired thunder god saw Wang Xian's expression and spoke to him coldly. Dragon King, there's still a chance for you to survive if you obey the order. Otherwise, we can annihilate your dragon palace instantly." When the bright elder from the Northern Expedition Chamber of Commerce saw this scene, his heart skipped a beat. He immediately stepped forward and shouted in a stern voice. This time, they were already extremely fortunate that they didn't let a peaked godly state expert from their Northern Expedition Chamber of Commerce come out to fight against the demon dragon. Naturally, they spoke up at this moment. "I'll give you 5 seconds to consider." The thunder gods glanced at the demonic dragon warily. Their eyes locked onto Wang Xian as they spoke in a sinister tone. "Dragon King, defend against that demonic dragon. This is your only chance to survive. Otherwise, you can just wait for your death." "Dragon King, you disobeyed the order and framed the others. This time, it's your turn to hold back the demonic dragon." Lei Tianming, Lei Tiansheng, and the rest watched from the side with ferocious expressions. "We'll leave it to you, Dragon King. Dragon King, if you can hold back the demonic dragon, we will be eternally grateful in the future." The surrounding forces of the Northern Region Alliance immediately shouted at Wang Xian. Some of them had gloating expressions, while some had hopeful expressions in their eyes. In the current situation, they could only escape from this place if the Dragon King could tie down the demonic dragon. Otherwise, they might be the ones who would be sacrificed. Wang Xian's gaze swept across everyone around him. When he saw their expressions, a hint of killing intent flashed across his eyes. "Time's up." The white-haired elder slowly raised the scepter in his hand and said faintly. The other group of Thunder God and the vice president of the Northern Expedition Trading Company also shook their hands. If the Dragon King really dared to disobey his orders, they would really dare to make a move. "All right." Wang Xian swept his gaze across them one by one and nodded his head faintly. "Members of the Dragon Palace, follow me." His figure moved and flew directly towards the direction of the demonic dragon. "If we fight with all our might, there might be a chance for us to survive." The thunder god who was about to die followed behind and said coldly to Wang Xian, "Get ready." When he saw the Dragon King leading the members of the Dragon Palace to fly over, the white-haired thunder god revealed a satisfied expression on his face. He spoke to the people around him. As long as the Dragon King and the rest of them took action to restrain the demon dragon, they would immediately escape from this place. TSK, TSK, TSK. They sent a bunch of people to die. When the demonic dragon saw Wang Xian and the rest rushing over, his face was filled with mockery. "There are only 3 people at the peak of the godly state, and they still want to pin me down?" The demonic dragon swept his gaze across Wang Xian, the dying thunder god, and Ao Xingmu in the Dragon Palace. Then, he slowly raised his claws. 3? The dying thunder god was slightly puzzled. However, when he saw that the demonic dragon was about to attack, he didn't dare to think too much. A thunder hammer appeared in his hand, and his entire body was surrounded by terrifying lightning. Demonic dragon, son of heaven. Wang Xian was floating about 30 kilometers in front of the demonic dragon. His eyes were sparkling. Huh. The demonic dragon was slightly shocked when he heard this name. His huge dragon eyes stared at Wang Xian with doubt. "It's you, the true dragon, son of heaven, Dragon King." When he was sizing up Wang Xian's face, a figure appeared in his mind. He roared in astonishment. "I really didn't expect you to be able to suppress the dragon soul. What a pity." Wang Xian looked at him and revealed a smile. When they first arrived here and Wang Xian saw Devil Dragon, son of heaven, he felt that the dragon's soul seemed to be suppressed by a force. When Devil Dragon, son of heaven, got rid of the purple lightning, he realized that the familiar feeling had returned. The dragon soul had returned. He had originally planned to take control of it after leaving this place, but he did not expect eternal shocking thunder, the thunder gods, and all the forces of the Northern Region Alliance to force it to this extent. In that case, then the Dragon King and the demonic dragon know each other? What's the situation? It seems like they really know each other. Then what did the Dragon King say? Why can't I understand? Eternal Thunderclap and the other thunder gods and disciples who were preparing to escape were slightly stunned when they heard the conversation between the Dragon King and the demonic dragon. Their faces were filled with astonishment. They actually knew each other. This? Suppress? Dragon soul. However, when the others heard the baffling words, the demonic dragon, son of heaven's expression immediately changed and his heart tightened. When his strength increased to 8 wisps of divine fire, he sensed that something was wrong with the dragon soul. The dragon soul seemed to have its own intelligence. At that time, he wanted to erase the dragon soul, but he was shocked to find that once the dragon soul was erased, the demonic dragon's body would immediately collapse. This made his face extremely ugly. A demonic dragon's body could allow him to fight a level or 2 higher. How could he bear to do so? In the end, he suppressed it in his original body. Because he wanted to get rid of the Thunder Lord's lightning of laws this time, he transferred the lightning of laws into his previous body. This was a risky action, because once he did so, he would release the dragon soul, possessing the body of a demon dragon together with the dragon soul. He didn't know what effect this would have on him in the future. However, this was also a choice he had no choice. What he did not expect was to hear the Dragon King's words the moment he lifted the suppression on the dragon's soul. In an instant, his expression changed. At this moment, a great terror descended. He suddenly felt that the dragon's soul in his body was actually going to devour their souls, and his soul simply did not have the ability to resist. Once he was devoured, he would completely disappear from the world, completely dying. The devil dragon twisted its enormous dragon body, letting out a pained cry. What's going on? The devil dragon suddenly let out a pained cry, crazily twisting in the void in pain. Everyone was slightly startled. It's the great God Lord. It must be the great God Lord that suppressed the devil dragon. The white-haired thunder god's face revealed a joyous expression when he saw this scene as he cried out loudly. The great divine Lord has made his move. I knew it. How could that devil dragon possibly escape from our great divine Lord's means? Ha ha ha. Good. That devil dragon was incomparably arrogant just now and wanted to kill all of us. Kill this beast. The remaining disciples heaved a heavy sigh of relief when they heard the thunder god's words. Their faces were filled with savagery as they roared out. 1 second, they were still preparing to escape. The next second, they were able to counterattack. This caused them to heave a huge sigh of relief. They gripped the weapons in their hands tightly and were filled with fighting spirit. Prepare to attack. Kill that beast and kill all the demons. The white-haired middle-aged man raised the thunder staff in his hand and shouted loudly, No, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Dragon King, let me go. Let me go. As long as you don't kill me, I'm willing to be your slave. Suddenly, under the shocked gazes of the 7 to 8 million people around, the demon dragon crawled in the air and begged the Dragon King for mercy. Chapter 2146. 2146 2,146 paid his respects to the Dragon King. This? Stupefied. At this moment, everyone was stupefied. Even the white-haired thunder god was stupefied when he heard the demon dragon's words and saw him prostrate in front of the Dragon King. What was going on? Wasn't this supposed to be their Lord God's punishment for the demon dragon with the lightning of law? Why was the demon dragon prostrating in front of the Dragon King now, requesting to spare his life? Everyone looked at him in astonishment. Their eyes were a little dull. Spare your life? Wang Xian looked at him with a glint in his eyes. Yes, spare me. My previous body is completely dead. In the future, my life and death will be in your hands. Spare me. In the future, I will do whatever you want me to do. The demonic dragon roared at Wang Xian with a pained expression. He had a feeling that as long as the Dragon King in front of him had a single thought, he would die. As a person who had fallen for hundreds of thousands of years, he did not want to die anymore. Even if his life was controlled by someone else, he did not want to die. At this moment, he also understood that the so-called true dragon son of heaven on earth was just a goo raised by the Dragon King. The other 7 true dragon son of heaven were probably dead. Wang Xian listened to his pleas for mercy and raised his eyebrows slightly. Now, the life and death of the demonic dragon son of heaven was completely within his control. By removing his soul, he would be able to take over the demonic dragon's body. However, if he didn't remove it, he would be able to control it completely. I really didn't expect you to be able to advance to such a realm. Wang Xian looked at Devil Dragon Son of Heaven with a smile on his face. Back when the 9 dragons rose into the sky, the true Dragon Son of Heaven was a trap that he deliberately set up. 9 true Dragon Son of Heaven. Just as Devil Dragon Son of Heaven had thought, it was the goo that he raised. However, Wang Xian didn't expect to reap such a huge harvest, especially the Devil Dragon Son of Heaven in front of him. His strength was close to that of a divine lord. Can you keep everyone here? Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he suddenly asked. Roar. Upon hearing Wang Xian's words, the demonic dragon raised his head abruptly and let out a low roar. His eyes revealed a look of hope. Enlai pays his respects to the Dragon King. As long as you say the word, no one here will be able to escape. Even if they can't even send out some information. His body moved, and he transformed into his human form. He knelt in the air and shouted loudly. Roar, roar, roar. In the next moment, the billions of demons in the surroundings let out a roar at the same time. The roar shook the sky, and the bloody aura covered the entire starry sky. A violent and violent aura was gathering. Billions of demons were crawling towards Wang Xian in the middle. The demonic dragon was their master. Their master had to submit, and the demons had to submit. Hiss! The surroundings were filled with eternal thunder. All the forces of the Northern Territory Alliance gasped when they saw this scene. Their faces were filled with shock. The demonic dragon and the billions of demons were actually kneeling towards the Dragon King. The Dragon King actually subdued that demonic beast. What is the Dragon King trying to do? What does he mean by keeping everyone here? However, when they heard Wang Xian's words, their expressions changed. What is the Dragon King trying to do? A bad premonition arose in the hearts of the Thunder God and the vice presidents of the Northern Expedition Trading Company. They muttered to themselves, Phew! The eyes of the white-haired Thunder God sparkled as he took a deep breath. Congratulations, Dragon King, for subduing the demonic dragon and resolving the crisis in our northern region. In the future, you, Dragon King, will be the hero of the entire northern region. We, the Thunder God Lord, will definitely thank you, Dragon King. He bowed slightly and said to Wang Xian. It was not that he acted according to the wind, but when he heard Wang Xian's words, he had a bad premonition. The other 7 to 8 million disciples had a slight change in expression when they saw this scene. Lei Tianming, Lei Tiansheng, and the rest of the young men had a change in expression. They were extremely embarrassed. Who would have thought that the Dragon King had subdued the demonic dragon directly? The demonic dragon and billions of demonic beasts had submitted to him. I can't bear the gratitude of your eternal thunder. Enlai, leave them all here. I want this void to become their graveyard. Wang Xian turned around slowly and let out a furious roar. His eyes were filled with violent killing intent. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he finished his sentence, thorns suddenly rushed up from below the dragon palace. The Thunder God, who was standing 1,000 meters away from Wang Xian and was about to reach his lifespan, was caught off guard and was directly entangled. Oh no! There's still an existence at the peak of the godly state in the Dragon Palace. The Thunder God's expression changed instantly, and his eyes were filled with terror. Roar, roar, roar. I will obey the Dragon King's order. If one of them can escape from here today, I, Enlai, am willing to die to atone for my crime. A tyrannical aura came from the Devil Dragon's body. With a furious roar, his entire body transformed into a terrifying Devil Dragon's body once again. He stared at the Thunder God that was grabbed by Ao Xingmu, and his dragon claws directly grabbed at it. It's over. The Thunder God had yet to break free from Ao Xingmu's thorns. When he saw the destructive demonic dragon claw, his face revealed a look of despair. Bang! The demonic dragon claw clawed down with a loud sound. With a wave of the dark fiery dragon claw, a corpse was thrown to the side. "Kill him," he ordered loudly at all of Yaoxia. Roar, roar, roar. In the next moment, all the demons' blood-red eyes locked onto the 7 to 8 million eternal thunderbolts and the people of the Northern Alliance. They moved their huge bodies and charged forward while exuding a terrifying bloody smell. Oh no, they were killed far away. Oh no, Dragon King, tell them to stop. If you dare to kill our eternal thunderbolts, we, the Thunder God Lord, will not let you go. Dragon King, let's talk it out. The Dragon Palace actually hid a peak godly state existence. When everyone saw a Thunder God being killed by the Dragon King and heard the Dragon King's order, they were all shocked. When the 10 Thunder Gods saw the death of the Thunder God, their expressions changed drastically. However, they didn't attack angrily at this moment. Instead, they loudly begged for peace. There were a total of 12 peak deity realm experts on their side. On the Dragon Palace's side, there were 2 peak deity realm experts and 8 peak deity realm Yaoxia. Most importantly, there was also a devil dragon, an incomparably terrifying devil dragon. If they really fought, it might really be like what the devil dragon said. None of them could escape. It might be as what the Dragon King had said. This void would be their graveyard. Hee, didn't you guys order me around based on your background? Are you going to destroy my Dragon Palace if you don't obey my orders? You want to deduct the resources of our Dragon Palace with just one sentence? Now, I want to see who will be the one to destroy who. Wang Xian's face was filled with coldness when he saw their panicked expressions. By ordering them to defend against the demonic beasts, they could only obtain half of the demonic beast corpses. They could even deduct 20% of the resources with just one sentence. This was the eternal thunderclap. In the past, Wang Xian could only submit. However, once he obtained the power, he would let the eternal thunderclap know the price of everything. Chapter 2147. 2147. None of the 2147 could escape. The humiliation, bullying, threatening, and even sending the Dragon Palace to their deaths. Now, Wang Xian wanted to return everything to them tenfold. Wang Xian wanted to let them know the consequences of humiliating the Dragon Palace. Roar! Enlai, who was standing at the side, surrounded Wang Xian's body and roared. His ice-cold dragon eyes stared at Eternal Thunderbolt and everyone in the Northern Alliance. All the demonic beasts waved their sharp claws, ready to attack at any time. Dragon King. When the white-haired Thunder God heard Wang Xian's words, his expression changed drastically. He let out a low growl and stared vigilantly at the demonic beasts around him and the demon dragon in front of him. The demon dragon circled around the Dragon King, adding an endless amount of majesty to it. Dragon King, if you dare to touch us, our Thunder God Lord will not let you off. Let us leave, and everything will be fine. If you are our eternal Thunder God's enemy, you will pay a heavy price. Lei Tianming looked at Wang Xian and roared with a ferocious expression. Haha, price? Kill them all. I want to see the price. Wang Xian laughed out loud and ordered the Dark Blaze Demon Dragon and the rest. Roar, roar, kill them all. The Dark Blaze Demon Dragon ordered all the demonic beasts. Oh no! When the Thunder Gods heard the Dragon King and the demonic dragon's words, their expressions changed drastically. Roar, roar, roar. In the next moment, billions of demonic beasts roared. One by one, the demonic beasts' blood-red eyes crazily attacked the people from Eternal Shocking Thunder and the Northern Alliance. 7 to 8 million people appeared extremely small in the face of billions of demonic beasts. The peak stage deity realm demonic beasts immediately locked onto the Thunder Gods. Roar! Enlai emitted a monstrous demonic might as he directly charged towards the 7 to 8 million people. Resist! Kill these demonic beasts! Kill them! The expressions of the Thunder Gods and the Vice Guild leader of the Northern Expedition Trading Company changed drastically as they roared out in a stern voice. Let's fight against that demonic dragon. The white-haired thunder god gestured to the 3 thunder gods beside him as he growled in a low voice with an embarrassed expression. All right. The other 3 thunder gods trembled as they gritted their teeth and charged towards the dark, blazing demonic dragon. Damn it! How could this be? Lei Beichen, Lei Tianming, Lei Tiansheng, and the rest of the young men stared at their surroundings with terrified expressions. Members of the Dragon Palace, kill them all. Wang Xian floated in the air and swept his gaze across the entire battlefield. His eyes flashed with a cold expression as he gave the order. Yes, the faces of all the disciples of the Dragon Palace were filled with violent killing intent. More than 10,000 members charged into the battlefield in an orderly manner. Stop them! A god with 9 wisps of divine fire from the eternal army roared with a ferocious expression when he saw the Dragon Palace charging into the battlefield. Boom! The instant the collision began, blood splattered in all directions in an instant. In just an instant, tens of thousands of people died and hundreds of thousands of Yaoxia were killed. However, there were too many Yaoxia. Wang Xian didn't take Yaoxia's death to heart. Yaoxia's death could be used as a resource for the members of the Dragon Palace to improve themselves. He floated in the void quietly and watched the battle in front of him. He didn't need to make a move. The dark, blazing demonic dragon was fighting against 4 thunder gods by himself. This way, he could completely suppress them. The other 8 demonic beasts at the peak of the godly state, together with Ao Xingmu, would be able to fight against 8 peak of the godly state within a short period of time. Dragon King. At this moment, Lei Dongxue, who was located at the location of the eternal thunderclap, flew over from the battlefield. He shouted at Wang Xian in fear. You can stand by the side. Wang Xian looked at her and said, Yes, Dragon King. Lei Dongxue, who was completely loyal to the Dragon Palace, nodded respectfully. Lei Dongxue, you traitor. You actually colluded with the Dragon Palace. An extremely angry voice suddenly sounded from the front. Lei Dongxue looked over with a gloomy face and didn't say a word. Wang Xian turned his head and looked at the few young men. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Lei Beichen, Lei Tianming, Lei Tiansheng. Each of the young men dared to look down on him just by relying on their background of the eternal thunderbolt. Buzz. Wang Xian moved his body and flew directly toward them. Not good, the Dragon King is flying toward us. When they saw Wang Xian flying toward them, their expressions changed drastically and were filled with fear. The Dragon King was at the peak of the godly state. They knew how big the gap between them and him was. What should we do? What should we do? Their faces were filled with panic and fear. What should we do? Are we going to rely on your eternal thunder? Wang Xian looked at their pale faces and was filled with mockery. He waved his arm and a wave of destructive energy pressed down on their necks. They couldn't resist at all. Cough, cough, cough. No, no, don't kill us. The few of them begged Wang Xian for mercy with despair on their faces. Their bodies were trembling violently. I want to kill all of you. It's like crushing an ant. Wang Xian said indifferently. With a wave of his arm, the few of them lost their lives instantly. Ah, no, no, no. First Elder, save me. Just then, a cry of despair broke out. Wang Xian raised his head and looked towards the sky. A god of thunder, covered with terrible lightning, but at the moment, he was caught by the dragon claw. Only a head was exposed. With a face full of despair, he shouted at the white-haired Thor and the others around him. Jie, with your eternal thunder of a few gods, also want to fight with the Dragon King, die. The dark thunder demonic dragon exerted a little strength with its tyrannical dragon claws. A terrifying demonic aura directly entered his body. Bang! He waved his dragon claws and threw it backward like a piece of trash. A thunder god who was at the peak of the godly state was killed in just a minute. The strength of Enlai was so terrifying. This Enlai strength is much stronger than Ao Crab back then. No wonder he was able to injure the god lord. Wang Xian looked at the demonic dragon with monstrous demonic aura and thought to himself. With him around, it would be difficult for everyone here to escape. How is this possible? How can that demonic dragon be so terrifying? However, in the surrounding area, everyone's face turned extremely pale when they saw a thunder god being easily killed by the demonic dragon. Even the hearts of the thunder gods trembled violently. Run! Run away from here. The eyes of the Northern Expedition Trading Company's president and vice president narrowed slightly, their faces filled with terror. Such a terrifying demonic dragon was simply not something they could contend against. The two of them gritted their teeth and sized up their surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. They unleashed a terrifying attack towards the demonic god in front of them and hurriedly fled outside. Run, all disciples, run if you can. They shouted at all the disciples of the Northern Expedition Trading Company. They fled outside desperately. You still want to escape? Back then, the Yu Huashan sect ambushed us in front of Timu Planet. All of you will be implicated. Wang Xian locked his gaze on the two peak stage godly state experts of the Northern Expedition Trading Company. A cold expression appeared on his face. Chapter 2148. 2148. None of the 2,148 men could escape. None of you can escape today. Wang Xian shouted, and the 5 elements millstone above his head attacked the Old Man of Light and the president of the Northern Expedition Trading Company. Roar! 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 When the two Yao Xia whom they were fighting saw that they wanted to escape, they roared and chased after them. The demon dragon was their master, and all Yao Xia obeyed their master's orders. Dragon King, you deserve to die. The Northern Expedition's guild leader and the Old Man of Light had ugly expressions on their faces when they saw the 5 elements millstone appearing in front of them. They let out a savage roar. The bamboo hat on the Northern Expedition's guild leader's head emitted an emerald green light, and numerous sharp bamboos condensed from wood attribute shot towards the 5 elements millstone. Boom, boom, boom. The bamboos collided with the 5 elements millstone, producing a loud boom. However, when the guild leader of the Northern Expedition Trading Company saw that the 5 elements millstone was not damaged at all, his expression changed slightly. You too, can you escape? Wang Xian's figure flickered as he stood in the sky above the 5 elements millstone. He stared at them coldly. Dragon King, our Northern Expedition Trading Company has no enmity with you. Why do you have to go too far? The president of the Northern Expedition Trading Company growled at Wang Xian with a gloomy face. He never expected that a fellow whom he didn't put in his eyes at the beginning would be able to force them into a desperate situation now. No enmity? Then ask the person next to you if there's no enmity. Wang Xian smiled coldly and continued to speak indifferently. I won't talk too much with the dead. Roar, roar, roar. As soon as he finished his sentence, 2 demonic beasts at the peak of the godly state pounced towards them. Damn it! The 2 of them looked extremely embarrassed. They immediately met the 2 demonic beasts at the peak of the godly state that were attacking them. Wang Xian smiled sinisterly. With a move of his palm, he transformed into a dragon claw and attacked the Elder of Light. Not good. The Elder of Light's heart sank when he saw the demonic evil in front of him and the Dragon King behind him. Praise of Light, protect your body. He let out a furious roar. A ray of light descended from the sky and entered his body. In an instant, his body transformed into the God of Light, which was 1,000 meters in size. Praise of Light, godly sword. Praise of Light, godly wings. He continued to roar. A godly sword of light and wings appeared in his hands and behind him. A pair of wings slashed directly at Wang Xian's dragon claw. The divine sword of light in his hand blocked the demonic attack from the peak of the godly state. Yin-yang dual polarity. Wang Xian waved his dragon claw, and the power of the yin-yang dual polarity appeared on it. Yin-yang reversal. He shouted, and the dual polarity diagram reversed. The dense power of darkness corroded the wings of light and caused them to melt rapidly. Boom! He used a little strength with his dragon claw and smashed it directly onto the light barrier. Boom! The powerful force caused the old man of light to stagger. Roar, roar, roar. Yao Xie in front seized the opportunity and clawed at the old man of light with her sharp claws. Divine Kingdom of Light. The old man of light's expression changed drastically. He immediately roared and a divine kingdom appeared in the sky. Aolo. The divine kingdom of light was activated. Rays of light shot out indiscriminately towards the divine kingdom within a radius of a few hundred kilometers. The demon with the darkness attribute let out a blood-curdling scream. A large part of his body seemed to have been corroded. Dragon Kingdom in the palm. Wang Xian let out a soft cry. His entire dragon claw turned into a radius of 100 kilometers and directly attacked the divine kingdom that was 500 to 600 kilometers in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon claw clawed heavily on the surface. Pieces of light materials fell off from the divine kingdom. Get lost. The old man of light's expression changed slightly. He held the divine staff of light and tapped lightly on Wang Xian's dragon claw. Rays of light energy that were as bright as the aurora landed directly on the gigantic dragon claw. In an instant, they penetrated a hole that was 1,000 meters wide. 5 elements millstone. Attack? Wang Xian stared at the Elder of Light coldly and had an idea. In the sky above the 5 elements millstone, 5 divine dragons roared. They pulled the gigantic millstone and rays of destructive energy attacked the divine kingdom. Roar. Below, Yao Xie, who was at the peak of the godly state, crouched down and attacked again rapidly. Oh no! The body of the Elder of Light trembled. He waved his divine staff and rays of light energy attacked Yao Xie. Boom, boom, boom. However, when he was defending against Yao Xie, rays of terrifying attacks landed on his godly state. The terrifying attacks caused his godly state to tremble violently. Rays of energy began to flicker. 5 elements Great Mill, Yin and Yang extremes, seal. Wang Xian took a step forward with his right foot. The 5 elements millstone and Yin and Yang poles directly sealed the entire kingdom of God. The 7 luminaries entered the air and the chaotic energy continued to bombard the kingdom of God. The Elder of Light who was resisting the evil spat out a mouthful of blood. The kingdom of God was one with the God. If the kingdom of God was attacked, the God would also be injured. Furthermore, this injury was very serious. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, that Yao Xie pounced right in front of the old man of light. Its gigantic mouth tore at him. Ah, I'm not satisfied. Die. The old man of light raised the divine staff of light in his hand with a horrified expression. An extreme white glow shot towards Yao Xie's mouth. However, at the next moment, a sharp sword pierced through his body. Clang! The sharp sword let out a metallic sound as it was pulled back. The body of the Elder of Light trembled. He turned his head stiffly and stared at Wang Xian. His face was filled with hatred. Roar! When the demon in front saw that Wang Xian had killed the Elder of Light, he roared and attacked another expert at the peak of the godly state. TSK, TSK, TSK. With just you guys, you still dare to come here and destroy me? TSK, TSK, TSK. Die. All of you die. An excited and ferocious roar came from the side. Wang Xian looked over and saw that the demonic dragon was wreaking havoc among the 7 to 8 million people. The white-haired elder's entire body was extremely miserable and his face was completely pale. The other 2 thunder gods had already been killed. At this moment, Enlai had completely charged into the 7 to 8 million people, regardless of whether they were at the demigod level or the deity level. As long as they were hit by him, they would all be killed. The demonic dragon was wreaking havoc. No one in the surroundings could withstand it. 3 thunder gods had already fallen at his hands. The great elder was also heavily injured. He could only watch this scene helplessly. The old man of light had been killed. Currently, there were only 7 peak deity realm thunder gods. However, the 7 thunder gods and the president of the Northern Expedition Trading Company were nothing in front of the demonic dragon. As for the 7 to 8 million disciples, they were quickly annihilated under the attacks of billions of Yao Xie and the members of the Dragon Palace. After this, the strength of the Dragon Palace will undergo an earth-shattering change. Wang Xian looked at the entire battlefield. The corpses of Yaoxia, Eternal Thunderclap, and the Northern Territory Alliance were enough to increase the strength of the Dragon Palace by 2 to 3 times. Chapter 2149. 2149, 2,149 strength had increased tremendously. Dragon King, our Lord of Thunder God will not let you off. Our eternal Thunder God will not let you off. Before long, all of you in the Dragon Palace will be killed. Not a single one will be spared. Dragon King, you will die a horrible death. Just you wait. Before long, all of you will be exterminated as well. Screams and furious roars could be heard one after another. The group of thunder gods from the eternal thunderclap roared furiously at Wang Xian. Their blood-red eyes were filled with hatred. Wang Xian was floating in the air in front of him. When he heard some curses, his face was filled with a cold smile. The strong preyed on the weak. If he had not coincidentally bumped into the demonic dragon son of heaven, Enlai, but someone else, he would be the one who died today, and the Dragon Palace would also be exterminated. Now that he was alive, those who wanted to kill him would have to suffer his revenge. Wang Xian did not have a good impression of eternal lightning. In order to survive, the demon dragon, Enlai, did his best to wreak havoc among the 7 to 8 million people. No one could withstand his attacks, and no one could escape from this place. Even if the 5 thunder gods wanted to break through from just one place, they were easily blocked by him. The demonic dragon Enlai could be said to have used 100% of his strength. Under such circumstances, the number of 7 to 8 million people decreased at a terrifying speed. In less than half an hour, 90% of the people died at the hands of the demonic dragon, Yaoxia, in the Dragon Palace. The last 700 to 800,000 people were struggling bitterly there. The path of the strong is forged from bones. The throne of the strong is formed from blood. Wang Xian looked ahead quietly. Regardless of whether it was on the supernatural continent or in the universe, if one wanted to be strong, they would never be able to escape from battle and slaughter. This reminded Wang Xian of the scenes that appeared in his mind when he first established the Dragon Palace. The war between the races, the war in the universe, and the last scene of the war against the endless Zerg. Compared to those wars, the battle in front of him was nothing. A strong person must have a strong heart. Wang Xian revealed a smile as he waited for the fruits of the war. Reporting to Dragon King, all the enemies have been dealt with. When the last scream ended, before the members of the Dragon Palace could fly over, Wang Xian arrived in front of him with his huge body swaying in the dark. He reported to Wang Xian respectfully. Not bad. Wang Xian nodded at him in satisfaction. Phew. Seeing Wang Xian's expression, Enlai heaved a sigh of relief. Dragon King. At this moment, the members of the Dragon Palace flew over. Collect all the corpses and place them on the planet behind. Wang Xian ordered them. It's the Dragon King. The members of the Dragon Palace nodded. Let's go. Wang Xian said to Enlai and flew toward the planet in the center. Dragon King. These 3 planets were my old nest. Enlai transformed into his human form and followed beside Wang Xian. He said with a smile on his face. Was it people like you who did the evil invasion of the Milky Way galaxy on Earth in the past? Wang Xian swept his gaze across the surroundings and looked at some of the Yaoxia before asking him. The demonic dragon emperor's strength on Earth was much weaker than the Dragon Palace. However, in such a short period of time, he had a force that was even stronger than the Dragon Palace. This made him extremely surprised. Dragon King, a few 100,000 years ago, I was just a nobody who could destroy an entire galaxy. I don't have the ability to do so. It was done by an expert at the level of our sect's divine lord. Actually, the main reason was that Yaoxia lost control and caused the entire star field to be destroyed. Enlai spoke carefully, afraid that he would destroy Wang Xian if he made a mistake. Yaoxia lost control? Wang Xian looked at him in puzzlement. Dragon King, summoning Yaoxia requires sacrifices. The summoned Yaoxia must be suppressed with great strength. However, demonic beasts grow very quickly. Once their strength exceeds their own, they will lose control. There are also other situations that will cause demonic beasts to lose control. Once demonic beasts lose control, it will be very troublesome. They will reproduce and give birth to small demonic beasts. Enlai immediately replied, "In that case, the appearance of demonic beasts in the eastern region of the boundless star field and other star fields was all your doing?" Wang Xian looked at him. "Ahem, Dragon King. It was caused by my mistake when I came to the boundless star field. The growth rate of those demons is too fast now. I can't control them anymore. However, when my strength breaks through to the realm of the eternal divine Lord, I will be able to subdue or kill all those demons. It's also possible that I don't have to make a move. Those divine lords will be able to solve the problem. After all, the crisis caused isn't that great." The dark blazing demonic dragon said in embarrassment. Wang Xian ignored him and landed on a mountain peak on the planet. Dragon Palace. His body shook and the Dragon Palace slowly appeared in front of him. An incomparably huge ocean dragged the majestic Dragon Palace and emitted a vast aura. "Prime Minister Gue, send out all the members of the Dragon Palace immediately," he shouted softly and ordered Prime Minister Gue, who was inside. "It's the Dragon King." Soon, Prime Minister Gue flew out with a group of members of the Dragon Palace. "Go and help Ao Cheetian and the rest clean up the battlefield. Next, we will use it to raise the strength of the members of the Dragon Palace." Wang Xian instructed them. Prime Minister Gue looked over. Soon after, a burning expression appeared on his face. In the void in front of them, there were more than 1 billion corpses floating in the air. There were 17 peak God realm corpses, and more than 30 of them had 9 wisps of divine fire. There were more than 700 to 800 God realm and above. With so many corpses, the amount of dragon blood that could be converted would reach a terrifying realm. Apart from the corpses, there were many huge god kingdoms floating in the air. Each god kingdom would have a huge amount of resources. Move the corpses and the divine kingdoms over immediately. Move the divine herbs and divine trees in the divine kingdoms to the herb farm of the Dragon Palace. Prime Minister Gue instructed all the members of the Dragon Palace with burning eyes. Yes, all the members of the Dragon Palace nodded and immediately went over. It took a full 2 hours to move all the resources over. "Dragon King, with so many evil and powerful corpses, how do we upgrade them?" Prime Minister Gue came before Wang Xian and asked him. "All the corpses of the demigod level and half of the demigod level. Upgrade the corpses of the ordinary members of the Dragon Palace. As for the rest of the corpses, upgrade the strength of the divine level disciples of the Dragon Palace. Train at least 5 to 6 members with peak divine level combat strength." Wang Xian thought for a moment and instructed Prime Minister Gue. "It's the Dragon King." Prime Minister Gue nodded his head excitedly and immediately entered the Dragon Palace. After this upgrade, the strength of the Dragon Palace would undergo an earth-shattering change. Chapter 2150. 2152, 1150 Harvest. Buzz. The Dragon Palace slowly disappeared. All the members of the Dragon Palace followed the Dragon Palace back to Earth. This was a special characteristic of the Divine Kingdom. No matter where the Divine Kingdom was, it could be summoned directly. However, summoning the Divine Kingdom would consume a huge amount of energy. It could not be maintained here forever. The Divine Kingdom returned to its original location. The gods could not follow the Divine Kingdom back directly. Wang Xian ordered all the members of the Dragon Palace to stay in the Dragon Palace and increase their strength with all their might. "Let's go to the nest of those forces in the Northern Territory Alliance." Wang Xian looked at the Dragon Palace that had disappeared and said to the dark, blazing demonic dragon beside him. "It's the Dragon King." Enlai nodded immediately. "Oh, right. What do you do with these demons?" Wang Xian looked at the densely packed demons around him and asked Enlai. "Dragon King, I can store them into my divine kingdom." My divine kingdom is similar to the form of the devil's lair. Enlai smiled and swept his gaze across the evil spirits around him. Roar! He roared, and the densely packed evil spirits around him entered a devil's lair at the back. Dragon King, I need to bring my divine kingdom and place it in a safe place. Enlai told Wang Xian. All right, let's go. Wang Xian nodded. Dragon King, I will bring you along. As Enlai spoke, his body moved and transformed into a terrifying demonic dragon that was 20,000 meters long. He lowered his head slightly. Wang Xian landed on his dragon head and revealed a smile. Roar! Enlai roared and flew directly towards the Northern Alliance. Enlai flew very fast. After 2 hours, they arrived at a lifeless planet and placed the Demon Den Divine Kingdom there. Following that, they flew straight towards the Northern Territory Alliance's planet. With all the forces of the Northern Territory Alliance destroyed, it could be said that the entire Northern Territory Alliance's dozens of planets were in a state of ownerless. This was not important. What was important was that each of the forces' lairs would definitely have many treasures. At the very least, there were definitely many treasures like the Divine Grass and Divine Tree. Wang Xian wanted to keep all the treasures before Eternal Thunderclap discovered that they had been destroyed. Rumble. However, just as Wang Xian and Enlai were flying toward the lair of the Northern Region Alliance's factions, they were in the center of Eternal Thunderclap, the Eternal Divine Kingdom. A dull sound rang out as bolts of lightning descended from the sky. The entire Eternal Kingdom was filled with lightning. In a hall in the Eternal Kingdom, the Thunder God Lord, whose entire body was covered in lightning, stood there with a gloomy expression. In front of him were many divine tablets. Each divine tablet was connected to an eternal thunder god. Among them, a large number of divine tablets had completely cracked. This meant that they had fallen, especially the dozens of divine tablets at the top. The cracks were shocking, and the name of a certain thunder god was written on them. Lord God, not long ago, we discovered that the divine tablets had been broken on a large scale. 2 women knelt in front of the divine tablets and felt an incomparably terrifying pressure. Their bodies trembled as they spoke in a low voice. Just now, when they discovered that the medallion had been shattered on a large scale, they were somewhat shocked. This was especially so when more than 10 of the Thunder God's medallions had been directly shattered. This was the peak power of the entire Eternal Thunderclap. After the appearance of Yaoxia, the entire Eternal Thunderclap had already lost 80% of its Thunder God. Now, there were only a few Thunder Gods in the entire Eternal Thunderclap. This was a huge loss for them. Crack, crack, crack. Crisp sounds came from Thunder God Lord's body. Through the cold lightning, one could see his cold face. There's something wrong with the Devil Den. The Devil Dragon has been suppressed by me. It's already dead. How can there be a problem? A low roar came from the Thunder God Master's mouth. Crackle, crackle. Thunder suddenly exploded from his body, purple lightning encircling his entire body. Pong! With a loud sound, the Thunder God Master's body disappeared. In the void, one could see a purple lightning bolt flying at a terrifying speed. An hour later, the Thunder God Master appeared in front of the 3 planets. The void was still filled with the smell of blood. His face was extremely gloomy as he scanned his surroundings. Sensing the aura left behind by the Devil Dragon, Thunder God Lord's face was filled with brutality. Devil Dragon, he growled. Crackle, crackle. Bolts of lightning appeared out of thin air around him. The lightning spread over an area of tens of millions of kilometers and slowly enveloped the 3 planets. Demon Dragon, I, Thunderclap, will definitely take your head. Rumble. He let out a low roar, and the 3 planets exploded under the terrifying lightning. A bolt of purple lightning flashed, and Thunderclap Godlord's figure completely disappeared. He had lost more than a dozen Thunder Gods, and he had lost one of the 2 most powerful legions of Eternal Thunderclap, Eternal Thunderclap. He had lost a few hundred Deity Realm experts, and 2/3 of Eternal Thunderclap's power had been lost in an instant. 2 hours later, the news of Eternal Thunderclap's extermination spread to the northern region at a terrifying speed. When Eternal Thunderclap and the other godly state experts received the news, they fell silent. After the Godlord returned, the entire eternal divine kingdom was filled with thunder. This time, our Eternal Thunderclap has suffered a huge loss. That damn devil dragon. Once our Godlord recovers, we will definitely exterminate it. On a planet in the center of eternal shocking thunder, 3 figures were sitting in a towering palace. There were only 3 people in this palace, and it was abnormally empty. There were seats placed around them, but they were completely empty at this moment. This was the Thunder God Pavilion that was famous throughout eternal shocking thunder. WA once had more than 20 thunder gods whose might shook the entire northern region, but now there were only 3 thunder gods left. Apart from a group of thunder gods, the other disciples and deity realm experts have suffered great losses. At this time, we have to think of a way. The only middle-aged thunder god frowned and said with an embarrassed expression, "The Northern Alliance that we recruited should have been destroyed. Take this opportunity to unify the entire northern region. Also, bring all the resources of those forces over. Next, we should properly nurture new blood for Eternal Thunderclap. Otherwise, if Eternal Divine Leaf targets us now, we will be very passive." A thunder god suggested, "All right, I will immediately bring people to the Northern Alliance and subdue them. We will also recruit some outstanding talents." The middle-aged thunder god nodded and stood up. "All right, 9 thunder god, you go. We'll handle the matters here." The other 2 thunder gods nodded. In eternal shocking thunder, the thunder god lord usually didn't do anything. Everything was discussed by a type of thunder god. Currently, only 3 thunder gods could handle all the matters of eternal shocking thunder. Chapter 2151 2151 My Dragon Palace wants half of the northern region. Northern Expedition Free Trade Planet. On the main planet of the Northern Expedition Trading Company, there was only one free trade planet other than the free planet created by Eternal Thunder. The teleportation array flickered and 2 figures slowly appeared. A young man with a pair of 7-colored dragon horns, a towering head, and an extraordinary temperament. Beside the young man was a young man dressed in a long black robe. The young man was tall and sturdy, and he exuded a fierce aura. He also had a pair of dragon horns on his head. The pitch-black dragon horns made him look extremely domineering. The 2 of them were naturally Wang Xian and Enlai, who came from the demon lair. This is the base of the Northern Expedition Trading Company. Let's go over and take all the treasures from their base. Also, control the ocean here. Wang Xian scanned his surroundings. There were many people on the free planet. All of them came from other planets. There were many disciples dressed in the uniforms of various forces. They were exceptionally distinct in their surroundings. Similar to the ancient buildings on Earth, many pavilions and towers were erected high up. The buildings were hundreds of meters and thousands of meters tall. They were emitting energy, just like the legendary celestial court on Earth. Wang Xian moved his body and floated in the sky. His gaze swept across his surroundings. Dragon King, that void should be the base of the Northern Expedition Trading Company. The dark blazing demonic dragon looked around and pointed at the void a few million kilometers away. In the void, there was a floating city. The city looked ancient and was filled with heritage. Around the city, some people were coming and going. From afar, they could see the words, Northern Expedition Trading Company. Let's go to the ocean first. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the city. He was not in a hurry. Instead, he flew directly to the ocean. Walala. Very soon, when they arrived at the ocean, they realized that the ocean was completely occupied by humans. At the bottom of the ocean, there was a huge trading ground for aquatic creatures and products. Looking from the sky, it was a spectacular sight. Move this trading city to the location near the ocean. Wang Xian floated in the sky and looked at the vast ocean below. He said faintly, "It's the Dragon King." Enlai nodded his head. His body shook, and the dark scales that looked like dragon scales behind him drifted toward the ocean below. The terrifying dragon scales rapidly grew, directly increasing the area by several million kilometers. The dragon scales sank into the ocean, directly dragging the underwater trading city. What happened? What's going on? Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in our Northern Expedition Trading Company? A clamorous voice sounded from below. The expressions of everyone in the underwater city changed slightly, and they shouted sternly. However, when the experts in the city flew out and saw the entire city being lifted up, their expressions were slightly shocked. They looked at the two figures in the sky with a look of shock on their faces. Who are you? This is the territory of our Northern Expedition Trading Company. A god who was stationed here stared at Wang Xian and Enlai with a serious expression as he shouted sternly. Kiki, just a bunch of trash from your Northern Expedition Trading Company are all dead. From now on, this is the territory of the Dragon Palace. Enlai shouted sternly. With a wave of his arm, the entire huge city flew towards the sea. Voila! Wang Xian ignored him. With a move, he entered the sea. Level 5 Dragon Palace established. Ding! The host has sufficient materials to establish a Level 5 Dragon Palace. His heart skipped a beat as the system's voice rang in his head. Soon, a dragon palace appeared at the bottom of the ocean with the naked eye. Wang Xian entered the dragon palace and stepped into the teleportation formation. He was instantly teleported to the dragon palace on Earth. Prime Minister Gue, send some disciples to the dragon palace on the free trade planet in the north to take over all the resources. After appearing in the dragon palace, Wang Xian transmitted his voice to Prime Minister Gue. It's the Dragon King. I will send my disciples over now. Prime Minister Gue replied immediately. Soon, more than 1,000 members of the Dragon Palace followed Wang Xian and teleported to the Dragon Palace in the northern expedition to the free planet. Let's go. His body moved, and he immediately flew out of the sea. 1,000 disciples of the Dragon Palace followed behind him. When they saw the huge Dragon Palace that appeared in just a few minutes, they were extremely shocked. He immediately followed behind and flew directly towards the city that was suspended in the void. However, when Wang Xian and the rest flew over, shadows flickered in the teleportation formation of the northern expedition to the free planet. Soon, more than 10,000 powerhouses appeared. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed in purple thunder armor. His face was filled with dignity. Behind him were 5 god-level experts and over 10,000 elite disciples. A middle-aged man held a flag in his hand. The flag was fluttering in the air. The eye-catching words, Eternal Thunder, were reflected in the eyes of everyone around them. Eternal Thunder. That's Eternal Thunder. Why are there so many Eternal Thunder experts here? The leader is a thunder god. Oh my god, what are they doing here? All the experts of our Northern Expedition Trading Company have been recruited. What are they doing here? The appearance of more than 10,000 people of Eternal Thunderclap alarmed everyone around. Some people looked over, their faces filled with shock. All the experts of the Northern Expedition Trading Company have died in battle. We are here to take over all the territories of the Northern Expedition Trading Company. 9 Thunder Gods swept his gaze across the surroundings as he coldly shouted. His pair of majestic eyes flickered with lightning as he stared at the city in the sky in front of him. Go over. He lightly shouted as he directly flew towards the city in the sky. The tens of thousands of people behind him immediately followed behind him as they flew away. What? All the experts of our Northern Expedition Trading Company have died in battle. The expressions of all the Northern Expedition Trading Company disciples around the array changed when they heard 9 Thunder Gods' words. They want to take over our Northern Expedition Trading Company's territory. Some people's pupils constricted, and their faces were filled with embarrassment. All the gods of the Northern Expedition Trading Company, core disciples, all come out. Rumble. 9 Thunder God led a group of experts to the sky above the city. He stared at the main entrance in front of him and roared. With his voice, thunder roared in the sky, and terrifying thunderbolts brewed in the sky. What happened? Just now, There was news from the ocean that an expert had invaded. They said that the president of our Northern Expedition Trading Company and the others have been killed. At this moment, in a luxurious palace in the center of the city, 5 or 6 god-level experts stationed on the planet had just received the news from the ocean. When they heard this voice, their faces changed drastically. They looked at the thunder in the sky, and their faces turned pale. All disciples, follow us out. The 6 of them looked at each other and immediately flew forward. Oh, that is? Eternal shocking thunder. When the 6 gods flew over with over 10,000 disciples, they saw the eternal shocking thunder flag floating in the sky, and their expressions changed. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.